is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Join us in this insightful episode where we dive deep into the business of driving schools to positive territories. We'll also explore the vital role driving schools play in shaping competent drivers and enhancing road safety. Behind the wheels is Miss Connie Bugtong, owner of iRise Driving School, as they are now open for business. With driving lessons becoming a mandatory requirement by the Land Transportation Office in 2020, the demand for driving schools was high. One business that flourished because of this requirement is iRise Driving Schools, headquartered in Quezon City and providing both practical and theoretical driver's education for motorcycle and other vehicles. With us is Miss Connie Bugtong, owner of iRise, to share with us insights into running a driving school business to positive territories. Welcome to Open for Business, Miss Connie. How are you?
I'm good po. Thank you.
Alam mo, Miss Connie, this one is very exciting topic kasi di ba lagi natin napapalitaan at nagva-viral pa yung videos ng mga road rage. I was reading the introduction earlier and I mentioned that there is really a vital role of driving schools because of course you produce the graduates there, you provide certificates for people who drive. It's already mandated by LTO that driving schools must be LTO registered.
That's correct.
Pero pag-usapan po muna natin yung mga road rage na yan. May kaugnayan din ba ang mga produkto ng driving schools para maiwasan ang road rage?
Yes po, actually it's one of our lessons, no? Paano natin iwasan yung road rage? So, it all boils down to defensive driving. Kasi on the road, you can really encounter a lot of people like this. So, kailangan hindi mainitin yung ulo natin.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's our nature eh. Tao po tayo. It is also important that we incorporate that in our topics during the seminar. We really tell them, we really educate them na huwag tayo na maging ganon because we have a family at home waiting for us to be home safely.
We've seen a lot of viral videos and a lot of statistics and it is increasing. So later on, we'll check, like say when you do some seminars, what are the tips? What do you normally tell them? Kasi there are times it could be mental, emotional, diba? Psychological. But before we go into that, iRise Driving School was born out of a previous driving school that existed for 8 years. With Open for Business kasi this is also one opportunity for us to look at the background of the business owners. In your case, what is also striking is you decided to take over or to go into this business when your background is in Canadian immigration assistance and customer service. What made you decide to somehow shift into a different career?
It was a very difficult decision kasi I had been in Canada like every year during that time of my career. There was this plan, or I planned to settle in Canada, start my family in Canada. So yun yung papunta yung dream ko. That eventually, in my productive years, I will be there and I will be coming home upon retirement kasi of course, I still love my country. But there was this opportunity, they sent me messages if you're interested with this and that kasi si boss matanda na and he wanted to rest. So sabi ko, given those circumstances, I had to check on my budget. Kaya ko ba? Yun yung struggle actually, and kaya ko bang panindigan? Of course, I will be working with people, and these people have their families as well. So sabi ko, sir, give me 5 days. So after that 5 days, biglang nagkaroon ako ng financial blessing. So sabi ko, okay. And I said, okay sir, get ko na. Kukunin ko na. It means if I was able to be given that blessing, it means that I will be guided all throughout. If I have it already. So dun yung pinanghawakan ko.
So you worked in Canada for how many years? And what was the nature of job there?
It was since 2015. It was actually a government organization. So we are composed of, we have Filipinos and other nationalities as well. So it is based in Canadian soil. So we welcome immigrants. We do orientations, no? And that time, the government of Canada said, oh, maraming migrants from the Philippines. So why don't we have an offshore office, and bago pa lang sila mag-land sa Canada, na-orienta sila. Anong dapat nilang asahan pagdating dito? So, doon na kami pumasok. So, it is an organization funded by the government of Canada. And so, our bosses, our CEO, connected with the Philippine government. So, kami po nagsiseminar, andun po kami sa PDOS. So, PDOS plus us. And nandun po kami para ma-educate ang ating mga migrants para pagdating nila ng Canada, seamless yung transition.
Mula nung inumpisahan mo na ang iRise, ilan na ang branches at saan ito matatagpuan? Ang bawat branch ba ay nakakapagturo ng lahat ng klaseng sasakyan? Like others are trucks, others would be different vehicles.
I have a total of 3 branches and 3 kiosks. For the reason na hindi ako nag-expand even though pwede at that time, kasi gusto kong i-focus. Gusto kong mag-concentrate on these branches, and then, kasi pwede ko namang lawakan yung reach ko. Yes, the outreach programs, like we go to the community, so we introduce the school, the importance of having these lessons, pwede ko naman pong gawin. So I didn't open a lot of branches. So para mayakap ko siya. So yes, these 3 branches, we offer complete po siya, except for the trucks. So, I do seminars, yung theoretical driving course, practical driving courses for motorcycle and car, except for trucks and pataas. Yes, because I don't have enough space for that. Kasi kailangan natin ample yung space natin, and I want to make sure naman na kahit gustuhin ko man, gustong-gusto ko na equip yung field ko para talagang matututo sila. So, since ito pa lang yung nabigay sa akin, hindi ko hinangad yung truck. Dito muna ako para mag-focus kami, concentrate kami dito.
That's a good insight, Miss Connie, because some of the businesses, some CEOs, once opportunity comes to them, they would think immediately of expansion. But in your case, one of the insights that you're sharing now is to create that focus, to probably make sure that you establish your core competence first, and somehow, because I feel that you are hands-on, so you wanted to really create that impact first. I sense that you study first that market before expanding. What's the principle behind it?
Yes, because I was taught that if you're going to do something, you have to put your 100%, your heart, your everything. So gusto ko po, before kami mag-expand, we're doing really well. And na-explore namin, na-reach out namin yung tao doon sa aming centers. Yes. And I believe kasi na kapag meron nakalaan, you can have it easily. Madali na lang yon. Parang iaabot lang sa'yo. Ganon. So, there are a lot of opportunities, there are a lot of actually malls na nagsusulat sa amin na we want to welcome you here.
I see in our research that there are some top LTO accredited driving schools in Metro Manila, and we see that they also have training programs and experienced instructors. How is competition, Miss Connie? I know that siyempre dumadami ang sasakyan sa Pilipinas, dito lang sa Metro Manila, kaya hindi na matapos-tapos ang traffic, di ba? But I think there's a lot of initiatives also of government to create these new urban centers, so to decongest Metro Manila. But in your case, we see your sector is also well established. So how do you compete in the market?
In terms of employees, instructors,
Yes,
something like that.
and maybe the business as a whole.
We really have to put our best. I'm not looking at the other schools, how they operate, how do they do things. What I do is I would focus on this project, I would focus on this advocacy. Kasi hindi lang, my inspiration is not just the money. Of course, when you do business, you expect na I will have profit. But profit is not everything. So when you have the money, are you happy? Is there fulfillment at the end of the day? So our fulfillment is, kung may babalik sa amin, may lisensya na ako, thank you. It's very encouraging. So I would share it to my employees, no? And, tingnan nyo, may nag-message, tingnan nyo, may bumalik sa atin. They're very happy too. I'm really happy that my employees, from the very beginning, they're still with me until now, since 2018.
2018, that's how many years already?
Almost 6.
Okay.
Mag-6.
That's right.
So, it means we
So
have...
nadaanan nyo rin, pati pandemic.
Yes po. Doon ko makikita po, i-share ko yung pandemic. We were able to share. Kasi that time, hindi kami masyadong nahirapan.
Because
it became mandatory. So, the people are seeking us. We don't seek for our clients, pero sila yung naghahanap sa amin. So, yun ko pinatunayan, lalo, na we are installed somewhere for a reason. You're installed in that place for a reason. Kasi at that time, we were able to reach out a lot of people who don't have jobs. And then we were able to give them food. Even my employees are very happy na magbibigay. Kasi they have jobs.
what exactly is your advocacy?
Yung advocacy kasi, I was in customer service for many years. So, I find happiness every time I am able to share. So, I share it with my family, my relatives, my friends, and to people who are in need.
Wow, very inspiring, Miss Connie. Your background is immigration assistance?
Yes po.
Customer service. Sa dinami-dami naman. And I see you're very charming. Your openness and your advocacy is beaming. Pag sinabi mong driving school, medyo parang it's a man's world. Di ba? So,
I get that a lot.
And here you are managing branches of driving schools. So why did you choose this type of business considering your background?
I get it a lot. Bakit driving school? Pwede ng parlor, pwede namang beauty shop, pwede namang aesthetic. Honestly, hindi ko rin plano. And I really love driving. I love traveling.
So, siyempre, dahil babae ka, it's a man's world. What are these challenges that you were able to hurdle? Kumbaga, on a day-to-day scenario.
Day-to-day challenges. Ang dami. You know, kapag marami kasing cars like we have more than 20. So parang on a day-to-day basis, meron ka dyan. Medyo difficult si student. May emergency yung isang instructor. So believe it or not, I did my lecture. Nagle-lecture ako. And I also teach driving. Kasi kapag kailangan talaga, I have to be there. And that's very challenging kasi minsan, titignan ka, kaya ba talaga akong turuan nito? So, I have to show that I can. No? That I am also an educator. And it doesn't make a difference. Lalaki man yung instructor mo or babae, we do the same job. When it comes to teaching driving.
So I noticed you're very hands-on as well.
Yes po.
Is that a management strategy that you practice talaga?
Yeah, I am very hands-on. I have to educate or I have to refresh my employees every now and then. You know, there will be may mga bagong curriculum. So we have to do, but the agency, when I say agency, the Land Transportation Office, are also very hands-on with this. They also give retooling programs or lectures para sa amin. And they do renew our accreditations to make sure that we're always in line with the stipulations in our MOA or in our contract. Being an accredited driving school, we also do in-house na mga lectures. So, I really micromanage kasi ayokong magkaroon ng reason bakit hindi magtiwala yung mga tao sa amin. Yun nga po, buhay ng tao ang nakasalalay po dito. So we want to make sure every aspect of the business, the registration, the offices, the instructors, the lecturers, we have to be in sync.
I think you responded some of these. With the rise of driving schools because of demand, how do you retain personnel like driving instructors? And how do you make sure that their skills are updated? You responded to
Yes,
that already. But yun, paano yun? Kumbaga parang siyempre maraming retention din ng empleyado. So I'm sure HR is one of the tasks that you handle when you micromanage. Maraming nagpapalit o kaya nagkasakit or medyo problematic na instructors or educators. So in terms of retention of employees, what's your program for that?
I do believe kasi there will be time talaga kailangan nila akong iwanan because they have to grow. We have our personal dreams. They want to create a family or they have kids they have to focus on, or they want to start a business, or they want to move to another job. So I always tell them na okay lang. Kaso lang, kung may problem kayo at pupunta kayo sa ibang driving school, you might be encountering the same problem. So wala pa akong so far na nag-move sa ibang driving school. Meron po ako nag-move lang because they went to the government, they were hired. Meron akong, pero it's just few. Parang siguro 3, 4 lang po. So, I maintain by having them as a family as well. So, kung may problem, they know this. Example, health issues. So, I do, ang problema mo, I will send you to the clinic, my friend's clinic, and then pag-usapan natin, ako nang bahala. We have to make sure that you're okay before you go back to work. And I'm not sure if the other companies are doing this as well. I just want that personal touch. Kasi I have experienced a lot of goodness in my previous job. So nakita ko effective kasi natulungan ako na mag-dream, natulungan ako na mas maging, I'm not perfect, I'm so far from being a perfect employer, pero may mga points na nakuha ako sa previous job ko na I can share, and I'm hopeful that if they will be having their own time, gagawin din po nila yun.
What's the ideal attitude of a driving instructor?
Disiplinado. When we say disiplinado, kasi it covers everything. You're
So
disciplined.
they follow rules, ganyan. They read.
Yes. And they're obedient also if they're disciplined. And they understand their assignment. Yes po.
So that's the key. You mentioned earlier, you don't necessarily focus on competitors and that you focus on your project. What is your competitive advantage over the other driving schools?
A lot of people are coming back to us giving their testimonials. And so we post them. A lot of them post their reviews as well. So I think it's very helpful talaga. Like we don't speak for ourselves, but our clients will speak.
Normally,
about
when they give that
experiences.
feedback, ano yung sinasabi nila?
Maganda dito. Nakakuha na ako ng license ko. It's very helpful. It's very informative. And lahat ng natutunan ko na i-apply ko. Meron pa magaganda. I'm in Japan now. I'm in Canada now. And I'm driving. And doon ako nag-umpisa sa iRise. It's very nakakataba ng puso. It's very overwhelming.
Having been exposed to the different driving environments, di ba? Sa Pilipinas at syempre sa Canada. Off-cam nga kanina, I mentioned also my wife learned her driving styles and techniques in Hong Kong. Ano yung pagkakaiba? Halimbawa, sa Canada at saka dito, sa bagay siguro baka dahil maluluwag yung roads nila, infrastructure is maybe different. So, but in terms of driving skills, in terms of maybe traffic, whatever that affects our countries, what's the differences and similarities of driving in Canada and here in the Philippines?
This is funny kasi marami tayong mga drivers dito na matagal nang nagda-drive. As per my experience and mga testimonials ng mga kababayan nating migrants sa Canada, for the people who've been driving here for many, many years, like 15 years, 25 years, nababagsak sila sa Ministry of Transportation. The practical driving test.
Yung Pinoy dito, matagal na, pagdating sa Canada, nababagsak.
Talo pa ng bago, nag-aral doon kasi fresh. This is what I realized. Kasi discussion din po namin sa orientation. Sa haba-haba ng pagdadrive natin dito, we have acquired a lot of habits, bad habits on the road, hindi na natin maya-unlearn. So we cannot unlearn those. It's not we cannot, but it's very difficult for us to unlearn those. Kasi fresh ka, natuto ka doon, ang dali mong pumasa. So what is lacking? Siguro, when I say, kasi magaganda naman yung mga kalsada doon, we can double park. Nakikita naman natin. Well, there are some traffic, meron ding maluluwag. Kasi yung accidents po doon, kapag mabibilis, yung collision talaga is very strong. High impact talaga. So, that's one na disadvantage. Samantalang po dito, pag traffic po, bumper to bumper lang tayo, yung accidents. Yes. So, I think it's more of the discipline talaga, na dito, pwede mong gawin yung medyo magaan, yung feeling mo, yung punishment or yung penalty is, kaya ko yun, reckless driving, 2,000 pesos.
Reckless driving ba ang cheapest punishment?
Dito po? Hindi po. Maybe hindi mo pagdala ng driver's license mo.
Which is how much?
I think it's 300 pesos.
Okay. Gaano ba kadisiplinado ang Pilipino compared sa halimbawa Canadian? I'm asking about Canada because you've worked there for many years.
Yung mga Filipinos in Canada, I can only speak sa mga nakasalumuha ko.
Yes.
They tend to obey the rules. Maybe because we're in a different country.
Yeah.
We have our bread and butter here, so we have to do good, or else kapag maipunan ako, I might be deported, something like that. Pwedeng ganun po. We have this fear or respect.
To behave in a different country.
Yes, to behave in a different country.
But once you're back in your country, ayan na, pasaway na.
Hindi ko naman masabi po na siguro hindi sila takot dito, hindi tayo disiplinado, pero andun po yun eh. Andun po yun. Kayang-kaya pala.
Wow, okay.
Kaya, kung gusto.
Wow. Well, that's very insightful. Now, based on our research, the LTO has recommended cap on pricing for the courses. What are your pricing schemes for beginners, advanced, and refresher courses for manual and automatic transmissions?
There is a price cap, no? Kasi the agency, Land Transportation Office, had to protect the general public. Kasi syempre minsan siguro may wanna go overpriced. I cannot say. I don't have personal experience with that. We also tend to play with the market, and since kasi yung mga target market namin is the general public. So, nag-a-adjust kami sa prices namin. We have our promos every now and then. So for the 15-hour theoretical driving course, we have an ongoing promo. This is 15 hours. It's just 599 pesos.
Wow.
Kahit 1,000 pesos yung price cap. It's because we have to adjust then sa mga tao.
See, that's 599 pesos for 15 hours.
Yes po, seminar.
Yet the price cap is 1,000 pesos. So malaking bagay yun.
Almost half.
Okay. So that is a way for you to somehow, it's a service to our countrymen. Okay. Ilang porsyento sa mga estudyante nyo ang pumapasa at nakakakuha ng lisensya? So ito ba ay parang may mga repeaters din ba na siguro mga talagang pasaway yung estudyante sa driving? Parang I'm sure you also follow the trend or the enrollees versus the passers.
Opo. I still want to go back dun sa paano kapag sobrang hirap. The question earlier, kapag talagang walang-wala. Kasi we have this scholarship program. The agency also required the driving schools to do scholarship program. But even before it has been required, nagbibigay kami ng scholarships talaga. There is a story behind that. Doon nag-umpisa, meron kaming mag-ama.
Okay.
Dumating. May iyak ako. Kasi dilabas na yung wallet niya. Walang laman. So, meron kaming short interview. Ano pong trabaho, sir? Nagbabasura kasi ako. And I want my kid. Gusto ko yung anak ko. Maiba yung takbo. So, nag-enroll silang dalawa. So, sabi ko, ilibre nyo na yan.
Oo.
Hindi pwedeng ganyan. So,
Wow.
doon kami nag-start na magbibigay ng scholarship. Kasi, yung pala nakakatulong para mabago yung buhay ng isang tao. Just by educating them, sa'yo, kikitain mo pa yun eh. Because you have the opportunity. But not all good opportunities are for everyone. Meron silang windows, but kailangan pasukan ng medyo able.
Yeah.
So at that time, we have that opportunity, we have to come in. So sana, nakanood kayo ngayon, kumusta po kayo? Sana okay na kayo.
And then from that point, you continue that scholarship program
Yes
already.
po, until now.
So they have to enter a certain process, di ba,
Yes
for
po.
them to avail of that scholarship program. Ano ba yun? You will do the interview,
Yes
and
po.
what else
Meron
maybe?
interview, and we asked for indigent certificate from the barangay, and then we call, kasi maraming
To
pwedeng,
verify.
we call to verify, kasi we don't want to be take advantage because of that
Yes.
program, kasi marami namang able, tapos gusto lang ng medyo mas magaan.
Yes.
They might take advantage of the program. So we want na yung marireach out namin is talagang deserving.
Yes.
Opo. So we do the interviews, and we ask for documents from the barangay na they know this person, na hindi po talaga able, hindi talaga kaya. So that's when we step in.
Wow, that's amazing. Sa inyong pagkakaalam, ano ang pinakamadalas na problema sa pagmamaneho na nararanasan at paano naman ito may iwasan? I'm sure this is being discussed in
Yes.
your training programs, but maybe you can just share, some pinakamadalas na problema sa pagmamaneho na nararanasan. Siguro dito, iisipin ko sana yung mag-overtake. Kaso parang paano pag traffic ka maka-overtake? Pero hindi rin, di ba? Minsan kahit sa siksikan, di ba? So what are the most common problems or violations?
You've mentioned road rage. Car accidents, magit-gitan. Those are the main problems. Yung lagi tayong nagmamadali, yung overtake. So since nagmamadali tayo, it's either umiinit na yung ulo natin pag traffic, andun na lahat. Mainit ang ulo mo, mainit ang panahon, or malakas ang ulan. Yung mga kasama mo, nagmamadali din. So ang ending is nagkaroon ng aksidente, nagkaroon ng road rage. So gabit-gabit siya, or they are connected. So nagiging malaking problem siya. So yun po yung nakikita natin, especially for motorcycles, kasi the statistics shows from the file of MMDA, since 2022 to 2023, 17% yung pagtaas ng motorcycle accidents.
17%.
17% ng pagtaas.
taas.
So it's really high. It's really high. Kaya sa aming mga lectures, sa aming mga lessons, we really have to inculcate na may pamilya tayong uuwian. Yung init ng ulo, pwede nating ipagsantabi. Kasi lahat tayo may kakayahang mainit ang ulo. We are humans. And yung nature natin, madaling magalit. So, yun yung lagi namin sinasabi. Walang mananalo sa road rage. Yung isa masasaktan, yung isa mananakit. One goes to jail, one goes to the hospital. Or worst, even worse can happen.
Sa dinami-dami ng sasakyan at nagmamaneho sa siksikang kalsada sa Pilipinas, you mentioned this in your introduction. Bakit defensive driving ang importante?
Yes, defensive driving is very important kasi you can save lives, you can save time, you can save money. Kapag ikaw ay defensive driver, makakarating ka sa pupuntahan mo ng ligtas. Wala kang nakasakitan, wala kang nasaktan. Your family is happy that you came home. Walang gastos. Safe pa yung sasakyan natin kasi walang gastos. Yes, defensive driving talaga yung number one na tinuturo natin sa school.
Pero Miss Connie, sa mga ibang hindi nakakaalam, kasi this is 9 p.m. So maraming tayong mamasa na nakikinig. Kumbaga, sa bagay, pag sinabi mong basketball, pag defensive playing or game yan, alam nila. Pero pagdating sa driving, what are the strategies pag sinabing dapat defensive driver ka? What exactly is defensive driving?
Defensive driving, example, you don't feel well. So it means you're not fit to drive. Anong pwede natin gawin? Magpa-drive tayo, mag-taxi tayo. So what happens kapag ikaw po may sakit, uminom ka ng gamot, inaantok ka, nakatulog ka sa daan, nagkaroon ng aksidente. So, yun, sasabi namin, if you really don't feel well, magpa-drive tayo, mag-commute tayo, or just stay at home. Pangalawa, weather. Masyadong mainit. Alam mo nang mainit, hindi ka nagdala ng tubig. Mainit na rin yung ulo mo. Yan. Ano ba yung dapat tamang attitude na baon natin? So we have to have those right attitude in every situation. Nag-away kayo ni Misa sa bahay, nagsigawan kayo, galit na galit ka, lumabas kayo. Hanggang sa kalsada, mainit yung ulo mo. Ano ka ba? Maraming ganun. Pero yung totoo, ang init ng ulo mo galing sa bahay, hindi sa kalsada. So if you think that you're that person na nagalit sa bahay, dala-dala mo hanggang sa pagmamaneho, you might as well take a deep breath. Hindi mo na ako alis. Hindi mo na ako mag-drive kasi maaaring may madamay pa ako. Malakas ang ulan. There's flood. What should we do? Yan tinuturo namin. Or you find an alternator out, or you might as well not push through. Kasi maaaring ma-stranded ka doon. Magkakaroon pa tayo ng problema. Tatawag pa tayo ng rescue. So, and then they're going to tow your car. It's not safe for you. It's not safe for your car. Mga situations na ganon.
How observant are defensive drivers?
You have to be observant sa galaw din ng mga kasama natin sa kalsada. Example, ang mga kasama natin sa kalsada, mga kapwa motorista, mga enforcers, merong mga pedestrians. Kung alam mong may tatawid, huwag mo nang ipilit. They have the right of way. The pedestrians has the right of way. And also, may mga enforcers. So you have to be observant. Okay, may enforcer dito, pinara ako. Ano ba yung defense natin? Nagagalit tayo agad eh. Pinara ka lang naman pala, sir, okay ka lang? Hindi ka hinuhuli. So, anong galaw ng katabi mong driver? Masyado ba siyang agresibo? Dinidikitan ka ba? Ay, dinidikitan ako, didikitan nga rin kita. Ganun po ba? So we teach them na huwag kang ma-intimidate. No? Kasi pinangungunahan natin eh. So we have to have the right actions. Okay, may tatawid, I have to stop. Okay, may enforcer, I have to respect. Okay, may mga kapwa ko motorista, siguro emergency, kaya nagmamadali, okay, go. Ganun po.
This one, related to what you have been telling us earlier, how do you adapt your curriculum to challenges on the road? Like distracted traffic, new traffic laws, at may mga bago bang examples ng mga patakaran na you are now also relaying to your students?
Yeah, that's very good. Kasi ako, nung nagle-lecture po ako since 2018, akala ko magaling na ako. Feeling ko, alam ko na. But every time I have this retooling class with the agency, with the Land Transportation Office, na-amaze ako, ganun pala yun.
So when you say retooling, Miss Connie, ito yung parang refresher course.
Yes po.
Parang ito yung sinasabi mo na you have to unlearn what you already know for 15 years or
Yes po.
more. Yun. Kasi baka mamaya nagbago na rin yung symbol. may ganun ba? Kumbaga parang dati, yan ba ay katulad din ng internet na may mga bagong symbols ba yan? Mga ganyan? O halos wala naman masyado pagbabago?
It's not with the symbols naman. Pero may mga bago kasing example. Kasi meron tayong mga roadworks. No?
Okay.
Meron nakalagay, U-turn, no U-turn, stop. Anong susundin ko dito? I'm sure many of our audiences encountered that. I'm not going to name areas or places, pero we encountered that. Stop here, no stopping, or loading, no loading. Ano bang susundin ko? Confused yung mga ating motorista. So, yun. That's also one of the questions we've raised before. Ini-educate din kami na, ano ba, sino bang susundin namin? Sabi kasi nung traffic light, go. Pero sabi nung traffic enforcer, stop. Okay, you have to obey the enforcer kasi yung enforcer yung nandun.
Okay.
So, some sort of that. And
So, that's one tip. Basta andun si enforcer,
Yes po.
si enforcer ang masusunod.
yes po.
Not the traffic
Not
light.
the traffic light.
Okay.
Yes.
So, kanyari, pag dumiretso ka ulit, hinuli ka, pero kasi parang hindi mo sasabihin na, hindi, kasi go. Pero kasi sinasabi ni enforcer, stop. Ang masusunod doon, si enforcer.
Because you
Bakit
have to
po?
be-
Because,
You have to be a defensive rider. You have to be observant. You're in the Philippines. A lot of things are going on in the road.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have to widen your horizon on the road.
you already mentioned some defensive driving techniques. Are there other things that people should realize or should remember to avoid accidents? Minsan, ito, nasasabi lang sa atin, di ba, pag mga long holidays, di ba, meron pa nga yung blow baguettes, di ba, mga ganyan. So yun ba, itinuturo nyo rin? And is that the standard already?
That is one example that I want to say. Dating alam natin blow baguettes. It's now Dr. Blow Bagsy kasi they've included
Dr. Blow
Bagsy.
Bagsy. O ano naman yung Dr. Blow Bagsy? Bago to Okay, let's
Yes.
start with D.
Yes, you have to have your, of course, documents. What are the documents needed? Your ORCR.
Yes.
Okay. And also, your license. Yes. And ang nadagdag lang naman doon is yung why.
Okay.
Yourself. Because am
paano
I
yun?
ready?
What's the explanation there?
Am I ready? May sakit ba ako?
Oh.
May sama ng loob ba ako na hindi naramdam? Nagluluksa ba ako? I mean, it's true, no?
Yes.
Kapag tayo'y nawalan ng
Oo.
mahal sa buhay, we cannot perform well, even in driving.
I
So,
see.
yes po, yung nadagdag is just the documents and
Documents and the why. Which is both very important.
very important.
Kasi kapag minsan, kapag wala yung document mo, kahit nakasalanan minsan ng nakabangga sa'yo, may kasalanan ka rin.
may kasalanan ka, meron kang penalty.
May penalty ka
Yes,
din.
opo.
I see. And yung why, that's also very important because yung sinasabi mo nga, a lot of the problems came from somewhere else. Diba? It could be work, it could be at home, and not necessarily there at the road. Okay? And not necessarily the car itself, but it's the readiness of that person
Of that
driving.
person. Yes
Okay.
po.
In advanced countries, driverless cars are already operating. This has something to do with the technology. When the time comes that this reaches our market, what preparations do you have for this business? Maybe let's talk about innovation. Even cars, the automobile industry is innovating very fast. They embrace innovation at a very, very high speed. So in your case, how do you integrate innovation in your business?
Oh, that's nice. Kasi yung change is inevitable. There is the product of technology, developments merge day by day. We cannot avoid that. And of course, we welcome that because it makes our lives easier.
Yes.
But we've been flexible over the past years. And I'm sure we are going to be flexible to adopt with that. If the Philippines is ready for EV, for electronic vehicles, and so are we are going to equip our motorists. We will be one of them. Kung sinong mag-equip, of course, we have to step up and equip our fellow motorists with this new innovation as well. We have to find that. And of course, siguro mga half of our population or even 1/4 of our population will still stay with the traditional cars. And we will cater both.
You mentioned about innovation, but are there also trends? Trends in the driver education industry. Meron bang mga bago na kailangan malaman ng ating hindi lang motorista, kundi yung mga kapwa mo na nasa industriya?
Oh yes, there are a lot of, I think kung sasabihin nating bago, parang wala tayo nun dati. I think it's more on the inculcation or kailangan ng force implementation of the rules and
Okay.
regulations.
Yes. Kasi sabi nga nila, andyan lahat ng mga batas natin, pero yung enforcement ang mahina.
Yes po.
Do you often meet with LTO representatives or LGU or ano ba yung dapat na laging nagko-coordinate yung driving school na government agency?
Yeah, it's the Land Transportation Office. When they feel the need, actually. Pero kami din, naghahanap kami ng someone na to help us to cope up with what is new, what do we need to improve on, or parang medyo naging laksa. Okay, I have to, meron kaming seminar meron dapat kaming meeting. So, we do that in our company, no? We do coaching as well. So, we have to coach our instructors, our registration officers, na, ito, kailangan, medyo nagiging lax tayo dito. Okay? So, we also have this constant communication with the communities. Actually, dun sa area namin, there is this TODA na parang inaalagaan namin. Kasi, isa sa mga nagkakaroon tayo ng problems, ng mataas na problema is tricycles, not only motorcycles. So, we also visit them once a month And we're working closely with the agency and as well the community.
Wow, this has been a very inspiring conversation. Pero ito yung kanina ko pang gustong itanong. Halimbawa, kasi yung may mga kasama tayo, mga nanonood, gusto rin magtayo ng driving school. Importante yung driving school kasi halimbawa yung mga customers, mga motorista, ayaw nilang gamitin yung motor nila, tricycle nila, yung sarili nilang sasakyan. If you put up a driving school, kailangan sa'yo lahat yung sasakyan? Or what's the business model there? Do you also have this partnership with the automobile companies where they can provide you the vehicles and then you just manage them? Or kailangan ba sa'yo lahat yung mga sasakyan?
Everything has to be under your name. If it is a sole proprietorship, it has to be under your name. If it is registered corporation, it has to be named after the corporation. Siguro, after their studies, for sure, there are studies na inaral nila, siguro sa safety ng mga estudyante. They want it that way. So, kung pwede lang po, no sir, para mas ano yung gastos.
So yung partnership na gano'n. So
yeah.
maybe eventually, kasi ngayon naman sa mga panahon itong laging pinag-uusapan, collab, di ba?
Yes, collab.
So parang collaboration, ganyan. What's your advice to our viewers naman who may want to consider running a driving school business? What will it take? For them to also enter into this business?
Marami. No. Actually, to this day, may mga nagtatanong sa akin, pwede bang mag-franchise? Pero again...
Is it now franchisable? Or you're working on it
for
pa?
me, no. No, kasi I'm a little bit conservative. Gusto ko kung ano yung pamamaraan ko, ganun din. So, if you really want to put up, you have to set up a purpose. Yes, profit is very important. We have a family to feed, and our employees have their own families to feed. You have to maintain. Yes, profit is very important, but you have to find your purpose. Kasi it's not every day that you get to get money. Paano kung walang pera, di wala ka ng motivation? So you have to find the purpose. Do I really want to do this? Do I really want to contribute para mas dumami ang defensive driver sa kalsada? Am I ready for the responsibilities? Am I ready for the challenges? Kasi baka isang bagyo, nauga na tayo. So, kasi may mga empleyado tayong umaasa sa atin. When you open up a business, you have to have your employees. And you have to be strong kasi they're counting on you. That's very important.
Wow, that's the best way to end this conversation. And before we finish it, Miss Connie, saan nila mahahanap ang iRise Driving School? A lot of viewers are watching Open for Business in case they would want to enroll in the iRise Driving School. Where can they find you?
Yes, our online presence is very good, no? You can message us at iRise Driving School. We actually have 2 Facebook pages, but we prefer you message us at iRise Driving School. We also have office in the 2nd floor CI Plaza building. This is in Zabarte Road, Quirino Highway. That's our main office. Meron din kami sa tabi niyang building sa 1st floor. We have in 8 Holy Spirit, Don Antonio Heights, Quezon City. We also have one in Almar. This is our kiosks, so you can see us there. By the way, we operate from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's 7 days a week. We also have one in our Robinsons branch. Robinsons Metro East, this is in Barangay de La Paz, Marcos Highway, Pasig City. So, sa may tabi lang ng Santa Lucia. 24 hours po ang pagsagot namin sa online, sa mga Facebook namin. So, kahit mga call center agents, mga night shifts po natin, we can cater you as well. And our number, 0997-485-1430. That's our main number. We can answer you from there as well. And our email, irisedrivingschool@gmail.com.
That's Miss Connie Bugtong, the owner of iRise Driving School, with the driving business to positive territories. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
I'm Jamie Harrell, bringing you business news and information here on Open for Business. July inflation reaches 4.4%. Now, the country's headline inflation reached 4.4% in July, the highest in 9 months, and this is according to the Philippine Statistics Authority. The preliminary data, however, was lower on a year-on-year basis, with July 2023 recorded at 4.7%. On a month-on-month comparison, the Consumer Price Index accelerated from 3.7% in June. The PSA reported that the surge in inflation was attributed to increases in housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels, transport items, and food and non-alcoholic beverages. July's inflation figure is still within the projected range of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, pegged between 4 to 4.8% for the month. Now, still on the economy, Moody's forecasts second quarter GDP growth at 6.3%. The country's economy likely expanded in the second quarter to 6.3%, according to projections by Moody's Analytics. In its economic review for Asia Pacific, the firms attributed the projected gross domestic product growth to base effects, government spending, and export growth. First quarter GDP was at 5.7%, while last year's second quarter figure was only at 4.3%. BSP launches Financial Literacy Online Academy. The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, also known as the BSP, has launched the BSP E-Learning Academy, or BELA, intending to help Filipinos improve their financial literacy. According to BSP Managing Director Charina De Verayap, BELA offers a free and interactive platform for learning, breaking down traditional barriers, and making education accessible to all. It offers modules that cover financial planning, budgeting, saving, and debt management. The BSP is also creating modules on the fundamentals of investing, fraud prevention, consumer protection, and personal equity and retirement accounts. Students will be able to interact with financial education partners and connect with instructors via messaging or video conferencing. Government eyes stricter measures to ensure food security. The government is implementing crucial interventions to support the most vulnerable sectors and ensure food security amidst higher inflation in July and the La Niña phenomenon, assured the National Economic Development Authority, also known as NEDA. As part of interventions, the Department of Agriculture launched the Rice for All program, wherein rice will be sold at 45 pesos per kilo in Kadiwa centers. The DA will also assist with a total of 510 million pesos in fuel subsidies to crops, livestock, and poultry farmers affected by rising fuel prices. Around 160,000 farmers are expected to benefit from the 3,000 peso fuel assistance between August and September this year. Meanwhile, national statistician Dennis Mapa said that the food inflation in July went up to 6.7% from June's 6.5%. The increase was noted for prime food products such as meat, corn, fruits, eggs, and dairy products, and ready-made food products. And that's the Business Roundup for this week. I'm Jamie Harrell for Open for Business.
And our buzzword of the week is Driving Enhancement Program is a seminar mandated by the LTO designed for driver's license holders, mandatory for renewal, covering topics on road safety, land transportation laws, rules, and regulations. Whether you're a seasoned driving school owner or thinking of starting one, remember, you're playing a vital role. You're equipping the next generation of drivers with the knowledge and skills to navigate the roads responsibly. It's a challenging but maybe an incredibly rewarding business. As with any company, it's also crucial to stay ahead of trends, especially with a changing landscape in advanced vehicles and other driving factors. Stay clear of blind spots. And with that, our quote of the week is, If you don't drive your business, you will be driven out of business. That's from BC Forbes, Scottish-American author. Thank you very much, Connie. Maraming salamat sa iyo. At maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. You will see it on your screens. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen. Feel the pulse and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. And thank you again.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. The Philippine business landscape is thriving, and at the forefront of it all is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or PCCI. We have the distinct honor of a conversation with the president of PCCI, Consul Nina Mangyo. We'll dive deep, explore exciting growth opportunities, and gain insights into the PCCI's vision for the future. The engine that drives the Philippine economy is undoubtedly the power of its businesses, and taking charge of empowering and advocating for those businesses is the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or PCCI. Today, we have the distinct honor of welcoming the leader who steers this crucial organization, the president of the PCCI, Consul Nina Mangyo. Magandang araw po sa inyo, Consul. The last time that we saw each other, doon sa gathering ng Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I listened to your speech. You were trying to attract investors, di ba, to come here in the Philippines. And sa narinig ko doon kay Secretary ko, ang dami niyang binanggit na mga initiatives, na mga projects. From the time that there was this first General Assembly, I know that you have a lot in your plate, Consul Nina. Kumusta na po ang PCCI ngayon?
That thing that you have watched is actually our first general membership meeting. And in there, we try to focus on what the government is trying to let us know or imply to us in terms of making our country as one of the biggest growing economy in Southeast Asia. That is why we invited Secretary Frederick Gro to enlighten us and give us more information as to how the Philippine economy is doing compared to our neighboring countries.
And do you think, Consul Nina, that Kasi nasabi doon na talagang we are one of the top performing economies in Asia.
Yes.
Yun ba, doon sa pagpupulong na yun, masusustain ba natin?
You know, last year, we were one really of the most growing. We got our target of 5.7%. And now the government has projected a growth of 6 to 7%. We are very confident with what our government is doing and with how our president is trying to entice our neighboring countries and even Europe, Asia, US. He's going around to entice investors and show them how the Philippines really is going to be the business hub in Southeast Asia. We are really confident that we are going to get that target of our government.
Which is very exciting, ma'am, because with the role of PCCI, every time there's investors coming here in the Philippines, every time we talk about Philippine business, every time there's mention of new investments, laging nababanggit ang PCCI at di ba, parang kahit yung mga representatives ng iba't ibang mga bansa, they also pay you a courtesy visit. So, ano po ba ang meron sa Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry? Ang naririnig lang po namin ay ito yung voice of Philippine business. So, pag sinabi bang PCCI, paano nyo po ba ito mapakilala? Ano ang relevance ng PCCI sa mga negosyante sa Pilipinas?
I don't know if you're aware, but I guess you are, that PCCI, Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is yun ang pinakamalaking business organization in the Philippines. Ito ay binubuo ng mga direct members from different businesses all over the Philippines as well. Not only direct members, but we have also industry associations and organizations. We have local chambers all over the Philippines, comprising of about, I think we have about 135 local chambers in the Philippines.
So, bawat
At
local
bumubuo ito
organization, may
they
mga
have
membro pa?
different members.
Wow. Okay.
So, in short, we have about 135,000 members.
Wow.
From North Luzon, South Luzon, NCR, Visayas, and Mindanao. These represent the business sector. And you know, we have our own advocacies. One is we push some government policies. And we try to enhance or enlighten all the business sectors to sustain the growth and the development of the businesses in any localities.
Baka naman ito malalaki lang. Baka isipin ng mga MSMEs din na parang naku, ang PCCI, pang mga sosyal lang na malalaking kumpanya. Baka kaming mga maliliit na negosyante hindi kasali dyan. So, meron din po bang representante ang mga maliliit na negosyo dito sa PCCI?
You know, there is really this misconception. Akala ng lahat, PCCI is on the largest corporations. That is not actually true. As we all know, 99.9% of the businesses are comprising of the micro, small, and the medium enterprises. Yun po yung aming kinikater. Most of our members are MSMEs. And maliit lang yung percentage ng large enterprises in our organization. Because sabi nga nila, we want our SMEs to be part of our chamber movement. Because we want to help them grow from micro to small, small to medium, and medium to large.
And eventually, sila na yung nasa large enterprise.
They will be part of the large enterprise. This micro, small, and medium enterprise are the backbone actually of the large enterprises.
Okay.
Because you see, our supply chain, for example,
yes.
these big enterprises will not grow without the supply chain coming
Yes.
from the micro, small, and medium
I see.
enterprises.
So, balikan ko naman yung sinagot mo kanina na ang sabi mo, you have this major advocacy which is to look at the government policies and try to enhance and maybe consult with the officers or officials of the government. So halimbawa, may batas na pinapanukala ang ating mga mambabatas. Ito ba yung sa inyo muna ikinukonsulta? Like, kunyari, may, di ba, parang ang dami sa mga presyo ng bigas, ng sibuyas, at kung ano-ano pa, yung with the DTI and all, and with the government initiatives. Lahat ba ng mga batas na may kinalaman sa pagninegosyo, idinadaan nila sa inyo? Or as PCCI, pag may nabalitaan na kayong batas na ganyan, ano na kayo? Kumbaga parang, teka lang. Ganun ba ang role ng PCCI?
You know, we have our upper house and the lower house. We have the Senate and the Congress. They're the ones, with the presidents, are the ones doing the legislations, recommendations on how to handle this, how to do this, how to do that. PCCI is only informed. We only learn about this when we talk to the government agencies, or the government agencies inform us, or on the news and so forth. But the moment PCCI learns about this, we have an organization, the board and the executive committee get together and brainstorm, discuss, and study the impact of this to our economy and to our people. I mean, like, for example, the reduction of tariff for the rice from 35 to 15%. In our executive committee, we discussed the impact of this to our population, to our agricultural sector, and of course, the business in general. We try to brainstorm and we come up with a solution or a recommendation that we can submit to the government. Because together with that, I think there is this law, or there is this move to activate our National Food Authority, which in the past did not succeed. So we have our own idea as to how this is going to be handled properly. Because there should be strict implementations of the law. Because there are these importers, holders, that controls the prices, the stock of all these items. And you know very well that rice is a necessity. And we have to have a sustainable supply for this one. Food security is very important. So we came up with a solution, or with a recommendation, that we should submit to the government to make sure that the impact of this one will not hinder the growth of our agri-products, or at least the farmers. No? And at the same time, will not make the scrupulous hoarders and importers richer. Instead, we make sure that the people, or the law itself, would give advantage to the poor and to our populace at the same time, and protecting our farmers.
What's the batting average na kunyari, kinontra ng PCCI halimbawa, yun ba ay somehow napapakinggan
the
din?
government really listens. Like, for example, the increase in salaries.
Yes.
We made a position paper signed by all the organizations in the Philippines. Because there is this, somebody asking for 700, somebody asking for 300, somebody asking for 100, 150. So we made a position. Because you see, for example, this was initiated by the Senate and by the Congress. We have our wage board that evaluates and analyzes ano yung dapat, magkano dapat, anong impact niya sa negosyo. Binabalance nila yan. Impact to the business and impact to our employers and to our populace at the same time. A family of so much, magkano kailangan niya talaga. But then again, hindi naman natin kayang ibigay lahat ng pangangailangan because hindi siya probably kaya ng ating industriya or ng ating business group. So yung ganon, we made a position paper stating all this, and at the same time, make them realize that we have our wage board. It was created to really analyze the impact of whatever we want to do, whether to increase or so much. We believe that we really have to increase. The problem is how much. Magkano kaya ng business group at magkano pangangailangan na makasuporta sa ating mga empleyado. Ang businessman, siyempre, wala silang magagawa pag dinictate ng gobyerno yan. Pero anong impact niyan? One is, tataas ang presyo, tataas ang inflation, magbabawas ng empleyado, maximization of the utilization of manpower. Anong net effect nun ngayon? Magsasacrifice din. Ang mahirap yung marginalized, yung mga hindi empleyado. Whatever the impact, increase, inflation, whatever, apektado lahat yan. Paano na yung mga tricycle drivers? Paano yung mga farmers, jeepney drivers na walang mga employer, na walang magsasabi sa kanila, bibigyan namin kayo na increase 150. And that is the biggest.
So may domino,
populace that are affected.
so may domino effect na siya.
May domino effect. So kami, we always evaluate and decide na, okay, we make a position paper, ito yung ating mga kailangan, ito yung ating ilalagay.
Okay. With your statements now, Consul Nina, wala bang issue? Halimbawa sa PCCI na, naku, ang PCCI naman ay makagobyerno. Ang PCCI naman ay malalaking negosyante lang. Wala bang issues na gano'n na kumbaga parang merong kinikilingan ang PCCI?
Alam mo, PCCI was never influenced by politics. Never. We never supported any particular individual. We always look at the macro and the business and the populace. Pag meron kami mga, like for example, ideas, or meron kaming mga position papers that we want to push for or against anything that the government is doing, the first thing we have in mind is the business sector, and at the same time, its effect to the populace. Kasi kung maapektuhan masyadong business, mas malaking impact nun sa mga populasyon natin, sa mga empleyado natin, sa mga tao natin. Kasi whatever effect is going to have, it will have to the business sector, maapektuhan ang ating inflation. At pag yun ang naapektuhan, malaki na yung impact nun sa ating populasyon, sa ating mga empleyado, lalo na sa ating mga kapwa mahihirap. Most of the time, we have to consider the marginalized. Sabi nga nila, yung mga nasa rural areas. Tayo kasi nasa urbanized areas Pero nakita nyo na ba ang sitwasyon sa mga probinsya, sa mga squatters areas? Alam mo, pag nakita mo sila, maiiyak ka. Tayo, we can dress up like this. We can wear shoes. Kaya meron kami mga programa na sumuporta sa mga ganyan. Kasi makita mo sila yung kanilang mga sinusuot. Naiyak nga ako minsan, in one of our trip in one of the province. Nakita ko yung bata, tsinelas niya. Wala na halos yung ganito.
Sa likod, oo. Wala na. So para lang masabi na may tsinelas, nakaipit lang sa paa
actually,
niya.
nakatali na yun dito nung kanyang sapatos, tas wala, tsinelas, tas wala nang ganito. Maiiyak ka. Namigay kami ng mga tsinelas. Nung bumalik kami, para inspeksyonin yung library yung pinagawa namin, nakita ko nakasukbit dito yung tsinelas.
Dahil?
Bakit? Naglalakad sila galing sa bundok, bababa, papunta sa eskwelahan. Pagdating nila malapit sa eskwelahan, hugas ng paa, saka isusuot. Kasi doon daw nila kailangan nakatsinelas sila.
Wow. So parang as a requirement na lang, hindi na yung need.
Hindi na yung need. Kasi kung yung need, bili mo, bababa galing sa bundok.
Pang-protection dapat At
diba?
tsinelas is used for protection.
Diba? Kaya alam mo ikaw, pagka halimbawa, you're into this kind of advocacies and into this kind of organization, pag nag-shopping ka, biglang pumasok sa isip mo yung mga nakita mo. At taras ka minsan, pag yung napakamahal ng binibili mo, mag-iisip ka Kung minsan may mga gamit ka, for example, na itatapon mo, pwede ko itong gamitin sa aming mga business mission. Itatabi mo, ilalagay mo sa bag. Kasi your exposure to this kind of life ng ating mga kababayan makes you more human.
And empathic.
And empathic. Hindi lang puro negosyo. Sabi ko nga sa PCCI, during my term, now in my term, this is the only time nagkaroon kami ng mga medical mission. Yung huli namin ginawa is yung nagturo, aside from the medical part of it, is yung magtuturo ka ng paano mong
parang livelihood
program. Paano kang tutulong sa asawa mo para kahit nasa bahay ka lang, nag-aalaga ng mga anak mo, may hanap buhay ka.
So, Consul Nina, what you're saying now is with your leadership at the PCCI, is this because you are now a woman president and maybe a mother, a woman, and that you put heart to PCCI vision. Ganun ba yung legasiya na gusto mong maibigay?
Pag sinabi mong ganyan, in your heart on this and being to this family, actually no. These are actually micro enterprises that we are trying to revive. Trying na buhayin natin sila. Trying na palakihin natin yung kanilang populace para sila magkaroon ng hanap buhay. These are the micro type. Like in the gugupet. Yung mga nagmamanicure, yung mga nagtitinda na sari-sari store, these are micro. Kailangan natin silang turuan. Kailangan natin silang i-guide. Ordinaryong tao lang ako eh. Paano ba ako magninegosyo? So kung hindi mo sa tuturuan mga possible business na pwede niyang gawin, abang siya nasa bahay lang, o abang siya nandiyan lang, o abang siya naglalakad, hindi niya makikita yung value niya na pwede pala siyang maging part ng micro enterprise.
Ano po ang karaniwang challenges ng mga MSMEs sa ngayon and paano sa palagay ninyo maa-address po yan?
A lot of these MSMEs are graduate of college. We try to help them or teach them through forum and conferences how to do this, how to do that, how to address this, how to address that. Like, paano mo, for example, i-improve ang iyong craft? Paano ako magrehistro ng kumpanya? Paano akong magbayad ng taxes? In our simple way, every time we have, especially on our local chambers, every time we conduct forum and conferences, we always include ease of doing business, cost of doing business, implementation of responsive tax reforms, and then improvement of logistics. Because these are all very necessary from micro to small to medium enterprises because they don't have the access if they do not know how to do it. That is where we try to help. What do we mean when we say ease of doing business? Ito yung pupunta ka ng munisipyo, magre-rehistro ka ng kumpanya, and you do it on a smooth way, step by step. We also invite non-members.
The general public.
General
Okay.
public. Especially, for example, nagbigay kami ng forum for taxation. We release the information to all our members, then at the same time, to the populace. For those who'd like to join, iniimbita namin yan, especially because we know that that is very important in doing business.
Now, Consul Nina, yung huli natin din pag-uusap, we talked about, since you mentioned about ease of doing business or the basic needs for a business or MSME to operate. My question is, and we talked about this before, ang mga batas nandyan na, pero minsan ang nagiging problema yung enforcement tsaka implementation. Now, with PCCI, you mentioned you have local chapters as well. Marami bang nagbibigay sa inyo ng feedback na hindi naman maayos ang implementation dito pagdating sa LGU? You have the law, but the problem is implementation. How do you do that? What are the initiatives of PCCI to somehow inform maybe the national or the local government on this problem?
Let's take, for example, the ease of doing business. That is a very good platform. Initially, the problem was implementation. Hindi nasusunod. Ang mga local government units, hindi sinusunod. So we tried to partner and at the same time sign a memorandum of understanding with ARTA. For us to be empowered
Now,
to monitor.
Sa iba, para malaman nila, ARTA is the
Anti-Red
Tape Authority. Okay.
Okay, that's ARTA. It is the agency that really sponsored the ease of doing business and cost of doing business. We signed a memorandum of understanding with them for us to be empowered or to be authorized to monitor and at the same time make sure that whatever was written, whatever was the law will be implemented. And if there are complaints or issues that are raised, we bring it to ARTA or we bring it to the local government units. Kasi maybe the mayor, the governor, or the leaders of the LGUs are not aware. If you notice, ngayon, maganda na implementation ng ease of doing business.
Pero, Consul Nina, you mentioned about, of course, the process. Pero meron nga bang nakukulong? May nape-penalize? May namultahan ba? Baka naman kasi ang multa lang mo dyan ay 1,000 pesos. Wala na, mauulit-ulit yan. Sige, nalaman nila. Baka masyadong simple. I don't know that specific transaction, but di ba, it could be parang nagiging cycle lang, ganon.
Okay. Sa local government units, for the ease of doing business, nag-improve yan. No? Sa taxes, I'm proud to say na yung ating commissioner is very responsive to complain. Marami na silang tinanggal, forfeiting their benefits, marami na silang nasuspinde, and marami na silang na-correct. I mean, sa laki ng Pilipinas, sa laki ng ating populasyon, sa laki ng ating business sector, hindi naman nila yan agad-agad ma-address lahat. But kahit na papaano, marami na silang action na nagawa. Even with our DOLE, even with our labor arbiters, although this is under ECOP, but PCCI is actively cooperating and coordinating with ECOP pagdating sa labor concern. Business yan eh. Lahat yan may labor concern yan eh. So nare-raise namin yung mga issues sa mga government agencies that are monitoring and controlling these issues. So marami nang na-address. Marami nang... And during our forum, ini-invite namin yung mga yan. We invite them to enlighten us, to guide us as to paano i-address yung mga ganitong issue.
One of the things that you are very passionate about, raising the income of our farmers and also the labor sector. Ano ba yung nakikita mo doon sa sistema para somehow tuluyan na ring ma-aksyonan ang mga middlemen? Kasi, di ba, dahil nasa local chapters kayo, di ba, ang daming dinadaanan na middleman, kaya kakaunti na lang yung nagiging kita ng mga magsasaka, ng mga manggagawa. What is PCCI doing on this? Are there projects or initiatives that you are doing to ensure that the income of our MSMEs will increase and not necessarily the middlemen will benefit?
You know, PCCI is so, I should say, passionate in helping our business sector. And one of the major moves that we did, especially on my term, is to activate all our business council. These business councils are the ones that are coordinating to all our neighboring countries from Asia, US, and Europe. We have about 50 business councils. A business council's responsibility is to entice business coming over to the Philippines, investing to the Philippines, coordinating with our counterpart there, and meeting with all the business sector there, and giving them information and everything for them to entice them to invest to the Philippines. Not only that, technology transfer. In agriculture, for example, we try to get some informations onto how to improve and increase productivity of our agricultural sector. What are the technologies available to help them out, increase their production? Because we believe that increasing our productivity and improving our technology, improving our any particular sector for that matter, will minimize the need for importing this and hoarding these products. Kasi they're hoarding para ma-influence yung increase in price. Palalabasin nila kulang ang supply. So kailangan mag-import kami. Ang totoo nun, naka-hoard na yung produkto doon, ilalabas na lang nila at a higher rate, at a higher price. To avoid that, we want to increase our productivity on all sector, agricultural, infrastructure, help the government in the taxation process para they can help our farmers. Importante lang talaga is mapunta sa dapat pupuntahan. We are focused on technology transfer, we are focused on inviting investors, we are focused on educating. Because in doing so, we believe we can increase our productivity, we can have our food security, we can also encourage the government in providing farm-to-market facilities, roads, transportation, and all that. So, improving our logistics from the province to Metro Manila, from the barrio, barangay, to the marketplace in the city, we can improve our productivity and our sustainability in doing so.
Now, Consolina, related to that, I heard your talk at the General Assembly of PCCI, and one of the things that you mentioned, because of this attracting investments from different countries and also technology transfer, is getting the business practices, technologies of various countries, diba? You mentioned some of the countries na parang sabi mo, these are the chambers of commerce in different countries where you do trade missions as well. Kailangan natin ng teknolohiya nila para maiparating din sa ating mga kababayan. Ano yung sektor ng teknolohiya na gusto ninyong mapaunlad pa ng Pilipinas?
Dati, we're focused on the US. We're focused on the Europe. But you know what? I was so surprised to know that the most advanced technology in agriculture
Is from
is in Israel.
Israel.
Nagulat ako. Sabi ko, I wanted to see it. It's just that right now the timing is not proper, no? But yung kanilang irrigation system. Desert yan eh.
Desierto yun, yes.
Di ba? With the advent of technology, they have the most advanced and modern irrigation facilities.
So, kumbaga, parang ironic yun sa atin, ma'am, dahil tayo napaligiran naman ng dagat, ng tubig.
Tubig.
So, sila wala. Pero hindi nila problema ang irrigation.
Problema. So, we invited, the agri-sector of Israel.
So, aside from Israel, ano pa yung nakikita mong
Qatar.
bansa? Qatar. Okay.
Their IT technology is very good. As a matter of fact, the ambassador had invited us to bring in trade mission in Qatar, making us meet the business sector in Qatar. Because not only we want to invest them in the Philippines, but we want them also to transfer to us or share with us the technology that they have. And agricultural products of Qatar is also very good. The milk dairy products is very good. And we want to bring that to the Philippines.
So parang sinabi mo, Consolina, so dati US-centric tayo, European-centric. So ngayon, parang marami palang ibang
Marami palang pwedeng i-explore.
I see.
Marami pala tayong neighboring countries na hindi natin nakikita na can share with us. Mexico?
Yes. Anong meron naman sa Mexico?
Did you know that ang layo-layo nila sa Korea, Japan, and China? But this is their biggest market for avocado.
Oh, avocado.
Mexico, can you imagine the cost of logistics? Paano na ngayon pag nilagay natin dito sa Pilipinas yun? Their avocado is small, pero maliit yung malaki
buto.
yung meat. You know what we did? In PCCI, we work with the one in Los Baños.
Erie?
Erie? Not only Erie. Kasi if we can produce a big avocado with malaking
Meat.
can you imagine?
So sa atin, yung homegrown, malaki siya, pero malaki rin ang buto.
Maliit ang meat.
Pero ito, are these avocados exported kasi in these countries that you mentioned?
From Mexico going to these three
I
countries. Ang
see.
laki ng kanilang
So
konsumo. What if we can have our own avocado? Ang laki ng market niyan.
And Mexico is willing to help us on that.
I have Mexican partners who are willing to help us
Wow.
for the science of this one.
So nakikita mo ba na opportunity din ito eventually ang avocado?
Yes. Although right now, ang ini-encourage ko ngayon is, because we have indigenous people with large lands, unused and tapped. So I made an inspection and I saw that there are lands, for example, in Mindanao, na above 200-meter sea level, which is a requirement for avocado. Can you imagine if we can plant as avocado in the Philippines, export? Ang lapit-lapit lang sa atin ng Korea, Japan, and China. We're trying to partner with the farmers and the local government. Because without the help of the local government, we cannot help farmers kasi they don't have the means. They have the lot, but they don't have the means. They don't have the capital. So we invited investors and also Filipino investors to partner with us, form a cooperative, help the farmers. Habang mag-partner kayo, ilang percentage ang kaya mong ibigay sa farmer. And at the same time, provide him a labor. Siya ang magbabantay, siya ang magmamonitor, siya ang kukuha ng mga workers to plant. So now we're trying to form a cooperative para there is an organization that monitors.
Yes. So,
Sila ang i-finance namin. Provide namin ng funding for fertilizer, for pasahod and all that. Kasi nangyayari dati, bigay mo sa farmer yung kanyang fertilizer, yung kanilang mga sweldo and so forth. Binebenta yung fertilizer instead of ilalagay kasi they need money to sustain.
oh. So parang this one, at least when you work with cooperative, it's more systematic. They put a system into that. Ano pa ang mga proyekto mo sa yung term na palagay mo ay dapat magkaroon ng impact sa yung presidency?
We want to strengthen our humanitarian services as well. That is why I strengthened our corporate social responsibility. Let's not only act when there are calamities.
Yes.
Ang nangyayari sa atin, sabi ko, pag nandyan ang baha, pag nandyan ang volcano na girap, pag nandyan ang bagyo, doon lang tayo kumikilos. So let's go out and help our fellow countrymen. Naunahan ko na nga siya doon sa aming Gawad Kalinga. That was an initial. Aside from medical mission, ito, nagturo kami ng mga women paano silang makatulong sa pamilya. This is purely medical mission. You know why? We discovered sa probinsya, daming may TB.
TB as in tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis. Ang daming shortage ng tubig na malinis, na potable. Meron kami ngayong medical mission and humanitarian services as well. Number one, TB screening, breast cancer screening, yung goiter screening.
So you bring a team of doctors?
Yes, we bring a team
And these
of
are volunteers na rin?
Volunteer doctors.
Okay.
We're doing some surveys on different locations para alam namin saan kami. Anong focus meron dyan?
So you are able to give what is needed in that specific locality.
May focus ka nga
Yes.
on certain localities.
So dito, Consul Nina, kasama mo na yung mga businesses dito.
Yes, and
the companies
even
na.
ambassadors.
Oh.
They're interested to see and to help. You know, it is very inspiring to our kapwa. May hirap na makakita sila ng mga ambassadors dyan, inspiring them or talking to them, you know, teaching them. You give them a little feel of importance and pride na nakausap nila yung ganito ambassador, tinuruan siya, ginay siya, and so forth. Nagugulat talaga sila, meron pala talagang ganito. At kailangan pala sila talaga. So we want to inculcate in their mind kasi that they should not be focusing here in Metro Manila. Go out! Show our people that you're here. Ambassador kayo ng ganitong bansa, but you're here to help and to listen.
Yes.
Di ba? Because pag nandiyan kayo, may mga, for example, assisting program kayo na pwede kayong tumulong. May mga teknolohiya kayo na pwede nyong i-share. Not only to the business sector, pero dito pa rin sa aming marginalized area, sa aming mahihirap na kapwang, mahihirap na kababayan. Ang gobyerno kasi natin, nagpo-provide yan ng tubig, patubig sa agrikultura. Patubig, yung drinking water, yung mga pump. But, hindi nila na-monitor. Nagawa ba? Na-maintain ba? Only to find out na a big of our population, ng ating mga barangay, barrios and all that, ang daming walang tubig, potable tubig, na yung iba kumukuha lang sa ilog for drinking water.
At yun na rin ang cause ng diseases.
Kaya marami nagkakasakit. Kumuha naman ng mga tutulong sa amin para makapag-distribute kami ng mga pumps, deep wells, na makapag ng water supply sa kanila.
I think with this initial salvo of our conversation, I felt your authenticity. I felt your heart that you are putting into PCCI with your care, with your humanitarian heart. And I think that is what we needed. Kasi sabi mo nga, PCCI is not just business. It's not just profit. It's helping other people also to grow and prosper. So, what is your message to MSMEs? Paano makakatulong po ang PCCI para sa mga maliliit na negosyante, MSMEs, at ano pa ang pwede ninyong maitulong naman sa general public para make sure po na kasama natin sila sa pagtataguyod ng inyong mga advokasya?
First and foremost, I want to inform everyone that PCCI, and I want to reiterate this, is not only for big organization. Ito po ay para sa ating lahat. Mapamaliit, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Kami po ay nagbibigay ng serbisyo na i-assist namin kayo, i-guide namin kayo mula sa teknolohiya hanggang sa financing. Meron po tayong mga organisasyon that are willing to help us in terms of financial support. So, meron po kaming mga local chamber na pwede ninyong lapitan. Pwede po kayong maging membro. At kahit po hindi kayo membro, pwede kayong lumapit para paturo sa kanila. Pwede po kayong umattend ng aming mga forum and conferences para kayong matuto kung paano yung ganito, paano yung ganyan, paano magtayo ng negosyo, paano i-address, paano malaman kung ako'y kikita o hindi. Ano yung mga obligasyon mo rin as a business individual? I wanna make sure that PCCI will be responsive and effective business support organization. Yun po yung aking advokasya na gustong iparating sa lahat. Kung ano man po yung inyong mga pangangailangan, I wanna make sure na maging responsive kami sa inyo at maging effective po whatever we're trying to bring up to you. May mga conferences na gagawin ngayon. Ito po will be in Facebook. Lahat po nitong mga conferences na to will be in Facebook. Meron po kami sa NCR. Ito po ay gaganapin dito. Lahat po ay invited to attend. And then meron po kami sa Visayas, which will be in, I think, General Santos. Tandaan nyo po, ito po ay hindi lamang para sa aming mga miyembro, kundi para po ito sa lahat ng negosyante, maliit man o malaki. Ang amin pong Philippine Chamber of Commerce National po, kasi yung mga local chambers are cooperating with LGUs po sa local government units. Pero po ang national, all the government agencies na po ito, advocating in your behalf, whatever our local government units are sponsoring or doing. Now, meron po kaming malaking, this is the biggest conference to be held in the Philippines. This is for all. Ibig sabihin po, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao po will be there. And all our government agencies will be attending, including our Vice President and our President. This is the Philippine Business Conference to be held on October 22 and 23 in Marriott Hotel. Kung kayo po ay may problema, kung paano kayong a-attend dito, ang aming pong opisina is bukas para po kayo tulungan at turuan kung paano po kayong maka-avail nitong aming mga conferences na ito. Thank you very much po. And I hope nakapag-share ako ng aking konting nalalaman para po ma-guide namin kayo at matulungan sa inyong mga negosyo.
I have to correct you there, Consul Nina, hindi po kaunting nalalaman. Napakarami na po yon at babalikan din po tayo ni Consul Nina para sa part 2 ng ating interview dahil wala pa sa kalahati yung ating mga natanong sa kanila. Wala pa yung meat. Kumbaga sa buto ng avocado ay yun na doon pa lang tayo sa buto. Wala pa tayo sa meat. But Thank you, Consul Nina. And speaking of the Philippine Business Conference, we are also invited, Net25 is invited as a media partner of the
Yes.
Philippine Business Conference. So I'll see you there, and hopefully we can produce more episodes, 2 episodes of Open for Business with the participation of Net25 at the Philippine Business Conference in October. What an exciting conversation with the president of PCCI. Open for Business will be back. Stay with us.
Here we are at the Asia's Best Brand Excellence Award to yet again be with outstanding businesses, entrepreneurs, and personalities. We'll have another inspiring conversation with various awardees and how they empower others to follow their entrepreneurial journey. So, come and join us.
I think it speaks from the word empowerment. Empowerment is a great role in our lives because it empowers us. It is the reason why we are motivated, why we are passionate in our everyday lives. I think I inspire others in a way I use my words, my advocacies, and I want to become an example, to become a definite inspiration to the community. I have always wanted to become that girl. I've always wanted to become the inspiration because I wanted an inspiration as well when I was young.
Pinagmamalaki ko po yung advocacy ko, which is youth empowerment and women empowerment. Kasi po, isa po akong ehemplo dito sa ating bansa dahil ako po ay nanalong bilang Miss Teen Glam International 2024. And I just wanted to say na just be yourself, and binubuo itong awarding na to para sa mga youth na kagaya ko to be empowered. And I want you all to know that you are the best, you are worth it.
Actually, our product started from our own experience. Ginawa namin to dahil sa pangangailangan namin. And from that, naisip namin na bakit hindi natin ito pakalatin, hindi natin para makatulong pa tayo sa ibang tao. Lalo-lalo na sa mga kababayan natin na hindi kayang o hindi afford ang mga mas mahal na brand or mahal na barley. Number 1 talaga is to spread awareness. Kumbaga, to trust in the brand itself talaga. Kasi kami, yung most of our testimonies talaga nanggaling sa clients namin. And at the same time, to spread them, kailangan talaga, yun nga yung gagawin natin talaga, yung segment by segment talaga, iisa-isahin natin ang pagkalat talaga ng ng information. This is one way to testify that kumbaga you can trust in our brand, especially in Saludable Barley. Kumbaga, this award itself is kumbaga is a milestone for the Saludable Premium, and the same time for the loyal customers niya talaga na masasabi talagang legit at 100% pure ang aming brand.
I want to work with the government for the food security of our country. So I decided to bring here the micro fertilizer, and I know that it will help a lot of farmers to uplift their lives, their livelihoods. I am very much grateful for all the people behind these award-giving bodies. I'm incredibly thankful for them for including me and giving me a chance to share my success story. It's a very humbling experience for recognizing my hard work and sharing my success story.
Thank you sa opportunity na to na ma-recognize kami. We started, very humbly doon sa garahe ng parents ko. We started the pet shop, and then eventually nag-offer kami ng dog training. We became the best canine service provider sa Philippines. We supplied the Philippine Coast Guard, Malacanang sa Presidential Security Group. We supplied Afghanistan and Iraq, the government of Iraq, for their police and military dogs. To aspiring entrepreneurs, hindi pa nagsistart. Mag-start na kayo. Wala namang, it's not rocket science. You start a business and you just keep going at it. Every year you get better. Every year your customer base grows. If you have the guts for it, syempre kailangan mo rin na matibay yung sikmura mo because of the downs. Ups are good. Everybody loves the ups, but if you're down, that's the time that separates the boys from the real business people. So kailangan talaga na malakas ang loob.
Well, it's my privilege and honor to be one of the most empowered men of the Philippines today. I never dreamed to be a politician. I just love helping people. I was working in Manila, then accidentally I ran for a position in Narvacan. I was picked up by one of the leader in Ilocos region. So, but before I went to politics, I've been helping people because my heart was left in Narvacan. Though I'm working in Manila, but I continuously help people who needs aid in Narvacan. I just wanted to help my kababayan, my kailyan in Narvacan, Ilocos Sur. I have a genuine heart to serve the people. That's the most important thing, being in public service. And my guiding motto is service above self.
Lagi ko nga po yan sinasabi sa mga nagtatanong sa akin kung ano ba yung magandang negosyo. Para po sa akin, kung ano po yung interest mo, kung ano yung gusto mo, yun po yung negosyo na pasukin mo. Huwag yung gagaya ka lang kasi si ganito, maganda yung takbo ng negosyo. Dapat po kung ano yung gusto mo at kung ano yung alam mo, yun po yung business na buksan mo. Gusto ko pong magpasalamat sa Best Magazine sa pagkakapili po sa amin at na ma-feature po sa August 2024 issue ng Best Magazine. Masaya po kami na isa kami sa awardee po nitong prestigious event na ito. Salamat.
We launched Yuhaku Glutathione July last year, and so far after 1 year, nakakreate na kami ng impact sa market. And pangalawang award na namin ito kay Sir Richard Hinolo, which is the award guru. In fact, ito yung naging award namin last. Ito lang, this year lang, Trending Brand Award. And this time, nagkaroon na naman kami ng bagong award, Asia's Best Brand Award. So, we feel privileged and elated dahil sa sobrang daming brands ng glutathione sa market ay napili po ang Yuhaku Glutathione. It only shows na ang aming product ay legit, premium at talaga namang di tayo mapapaya sa merkado. Sa lahat ng award-giving body, especially to Sir Richard Ginola, thank you so much for believing sa Yuhaku Glutathione. And to our valued customer, maraming salamat po for all the trust and support.
Yun na nga, as always, surprise ako and I was even asking them, baka naman merong iba na pwede nyo talagang manominate na mas deserving sa akin. Pero they told me na as of now daw, ako pa rin daw ang choice nila na manalo at mabigyan ng award na Rosa Rosal. I'm so happy, overwhelmed pa rin lagi. Kasi ibang level talaga si Miss Rosa Rosal. Wala ako sa kalingkingan niya. Pero yun na nga, na-challenge ako lagi to be better. Yung mas marami pa sana yung ma-reach ko ng mga taong matutulungan, mabibigyan sila ng para bang future na pwede nilang asahan dahil alam nila na may mga tao willing i-guide sila at saka hopefully talaga yung mga problema nila ay maibsnan. Mr. Richard Hinola, as always sabi ko naman sa iyo saludo ko sa iyo. Hands up kasi hindi ka tumitigil sa paggawa ng mga bagay, nakikilala ng mga iba-ibang personalidad na siyang tumutulong sa iba at nag-i-influence, nag-i-inspire. May you continue to be successful, to be a good man, at marami pa rin talaga sana na ma-impluwensyahan tulad mo. Thank you.
Marami na kasing mga awards night ngayon. So what I really wanted is maging flexible and then a lot of collaboration of the awards para maiba naman tayo. Ang importante, we're doing a very legit awards night. Kasi ang dami na talaga ngayong awards night. Halos every week, every other month may mga awards night na. So importante talaga na maging marami kang collaboration. Iba-iba rin ang concept ng awards night. The objective of our awards is hindi naman lang awards, may charity talaga siya. Kaya na buo yung Best Magazine because yun naman talagang objective namin to come up with a charity activity para makatulong. This is one way on how to approach mga friends, donors, sponsors para it's easier for me na makakuha ng mga support nila. Lahat naman tayo may kanya-kanyang achievements. Hindi ako kagaya ng iba na kailangan sikat ka, kailangan artista ka, kailangan politician ka. Ang importante, you make a difference because you have your own achievement in life. Well, my basic objective talaga is to come up with a foundation na pagdating ng panahon makatulong ako sa kapwa-tao. Basta ang importante makatulong ako sa mga may chronic diseases, especially mga kids at saka yung mga mga matatanda na, kawawa kasi ang matatanda, parang neglected talaga sila. Pag matatanda na, parang etsapwera na. So sila yung focus ko talaga for this activity and project.
Congratulations to all the winners tonight. And of course, hats off to our very own show, Open for Business, for grabbing the Outstanding Business TV Show of the Year. This has been your reporter, Tim Figueroa, your Starcada for Open for Business.
Despite challenges, the Philippine commerce and industry sector is brimming with potential, from navigating the current economic climate to embracing growth opportunities. Filipino businesses have a bright future ahead. The PCCI plays a vital role in supporting and advocating for businesses of all sizes. Their programs and initiatives can be invaluable resources for entrepreneurs and established companies alike. It is working hand in hand with the Philippine government, which is also involved in fostering a supportive environment for businesses to empower the private sector to flourish. The key takeaway here is that Filipino businesses are not alone. There's a strong support system in place, with the PCCI and the government acting as valuable allies. We encourage you to explore the resources available and leverage them to propel your business to new heights. The Philippines' economic story is being written day by day, and businesses are the authors. So embrace the opportunities, address the challenges, and remember that PCCI and the government are there to support your journey toward success. Thank you very much, Consul Nina, at maraming salamat sa isang oras sa pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen. Feel the pulse and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. At maraming salamat sa inyo, Consul.
Marami pong salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook at YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. We'll spill the juicy details of First Vita Plus's success, from the groundbreaking creation of their flagship natural health drink to the empowering growth of a global network of over 3 million dealers and users. Rodora Doyi Tumpalan, CEO and President of First Vita Plus Marketing Corporation, shares her visionary leadership and commitment to health, wellness, and community.
I'm Jamie Harrell, bringing you business news and information here on Open for Business. Tech Innovators launch programs for startups. A consortium of technology business innovators launched platforms this week to accelerate the growth of technology-based startups and enterprises in Metro Manila. The Strategic and Collaborative Alliance for Leveraging Ecosystem, also known as SCALE NCR, one of the consortiums funded by the Department of Science and Technology Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology through the Regional Startup Enabler for Ecosystem Development Program, has developed the Startup Institute dedicated to providing education, resources, and mentorship. The platform is designed to equip different startup stakeholders with the necessary entrepreneurial skills and knowledge. The pilot run is slated from September 20 to 23 at the Colegio de Muntinlupa. SCALE NCR is also planning to launch its NCR Investors Network. It seeks to provide funding for startups and enterprises by connecting them to investors who can provide funding or mentorship. SCALE NCR envisions being the leader in startup initiatives and entrepreneurial ecosystems in the country by 2028, as it provides strategic partnerships, funding, opportunities, mentorship, and specialized resources. Infra spending to send the Philippines economy in positive territory. A continued government spending and push for infrastructure development would help the Philippines sustain a higher growth rate. This is according to Moody's Analytics, despite uneven execution of the program last year. The ratings agency kept its gross domestic product forecast growth projection of 5.9% this year and 6% in 2025, with the government's increased investments in infrastructure. However, Moody's noted that the execution of the fiscal policy has been uneven in the past year, and this could pose a risk to the economic growth. Moody's added that the Philippines must stick to its plan and execute well. Budget deficit widens to 642.8 billion pesos in first 7 months. The national government's budget gap widened by 7.2% to 642.8 billion pesos during the first 7 months of the year. Now, this is according to Finance Secretary Ralph Recto during a Senate hearing. During the same period last year, the budget gap was only 599.5 billion pesos, and this year's current deficit already accounts for 43.32% of the national government ceiling of 1.48 trillion pesos. Mr. Recto assured that the government is still on track to meet the fiscal program this year, given the robust performances of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Bureau of Customs, the Bureau of Treasury, and the government-owned and controlled corporations. Revenues for the first 7 months of the year inched up to 14.8% to 2.61 trillion pesos, equivalent to 17.1% of the GDP. Tax revenue shared the biggest contribution with 2.24 trillion pesos from January to July this year. OFW remittance outlook remains positive, with continued strong economic performances from countries where most overseas Filipino workers are based. A private think tank projects stable growth in dollar remittances within the coming months. Economists of Global Source Partners said that it agrees with the International Monetary Fund's projection of a slight acceleration in the first world economies to 1.7% and 1.8% for 2024 and 2025 respectively, and that it will benefit Filipinos living in those countries. Current data from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas showed remittances reached $2.88 billion in June, the highest inflow for the year so far. And that's the business roundup for this week. I'm Jamie Harrell for Open for Business.
Joining us is Rodora Doyi Tumpalan, the President and CEO of First Vita Plus Marketing Corporation, a leading producer of delicious and natural powdered drink supplements. Together with her husband and dealers, they've been shaking things up in the natural health and wellness industry since 2005. Doyi and her husband were the successful husband and wife team that launched First Quadrant Philippines in 2002. A multi-level marketing company that helped revive the shoe industry in Marikina. We're excited to learn more about First Vita Plus's journey and how you're helping people achieve their health goals with these innovative drinks. Miss Doyi.
Hello, great morning, CRV.
Yes, that was fantastic. From shoe to health and wellness drinks. Can you give me that transition from... Gulat ako doon, sabi ko, shoe.
Yeah, I know that will be your first question.
Yes. You know, because that's exciting. Imagine, you know, of course, we know that Marikina is like the
shoe capital.
The shoe capital,
yes,
diba, in the Philippines. So parang, what's that? You know, it's just amazing. Diba? What's that transformation or shift?
My great-great-grandfather, Don Laurano Guevara, still is the father of the shoe industry of the Philippines. So when it has been our business ever since, making shoes. And then when we had First Quadrant in 2002, it was solely to help revive the shoe industry. Kasi during that time, medyo marami na yung influx of the China-made shoes. So I thought of being the third generation, I thought of doing something about the industry kasi medyo na overtake na ng imported ang shoe business. Okay? So I thought of a scheme that would help revive the shoe industry, and it was a multi-level marketing scheme. So that's why we are considered as the first mover of the MLM industry in the Philippines, being the first all-Filipino MLM company in the Philippines. So to go back to your question, why the big shift from doing shoes, selling shoes, marketing shoes, to health products. Yeah, because in 2005, it was a big thing during that time. Remember, I don't know if you still remember that we were so into green teas. Tapos sabi ko, why not come up with a all-Filipino drink na using herbs, Philippine herbs. So I thought of 5 power herbs, which I registered and had it trademark for my company.
That's good. That's
yeah,
good.
These 5 power herbs, I call it. So it is made up of malunggay, uray, saluyot, talbos ng kamote, and dahon ng sile. Okay.
Which are all available.
All available,
and it's
yeah.
truly Filipino then.
Yes, our forefathers have been using it to cure all. I mean, it has been
a lot of illnesses, yes.
Remedy for all sorts. And if you remember, during 1997, then Senator Juan Clavier was the one who made and championed the Republic Act of TAMA, meaning Traditional and Alternative Medicine Act of the Philippines, to highlight and encourage people to use our traditional medicine as part of health and wellness campaign during that time. So, yeah, I thought of why not give our Philippine herbs a chance to be known all over and to be used, because we're Filipinos anyway, and we've been using it.
Yes.
Our forefathers have been using it.
What is interesting, Ms. Doyi, is your concept of nationalism. You mentioned that you wanted to revive the shoe industry in the Philippines. That's nice. And then when you shifted, you focused on the traditional herbs that we are known for. You know, when we talk of that concept of nationalism, I know that you have your own personal advocacies, and of course, in your blood runs, you know, that loving and caring for the craftsmanship maybe of the Filipino shoemakers, diba? So, is that really part of your advocacy? Now, when you do your business, you go into this all things Filipino?
Yes, Sir B, it is part of our mission and vision to showcase the Philippine ingenuity, to showcase what we have as Filipinos, and part of that is, of course, we are big into health and wellness campaigns. So part of that is our Philippine herbs. So that is really part of it. If you read all our advertising materials, even our boxes, it says there, buy Filipino.
Wow.
So that's really,
Wow.
apart from a personal advocacy, it is
Yes.
a big thing in our company.
Let's go back to, a bit of your history. When you started First Vita Plus, or FVP,
yes.
the health and wellness sector, particularly natural herbal drinks, was still a novel concept. What inspired you to be in this industry instead of other businesses?
Yes, going back to my story, CRV, because it is not anymore a novel concept back in 2005 because of the green tea drink that was all over the Philippines. So I just thought of introducing something Filipino instead of something that we do not know yet fully, which is the green tea, because we don't grow it here anyway. But all the herbs that we have are being used and grown here locally. So I just thought of giving the Filipino an option which I'm pretty sure will not be hard for them to accept because they've known it, all the herbs, all their life. It's a novel during that time. It's because no one ever dared to use them commercially.
Oh, okay.
And
so the raw materials are coming from here,
here.
everything. Like
Everything,
say, so
yes.
you're also helping farmers,
Correct.
the
And
local producers.
Yes, yes. And I made sure that it is good to taste, easy to carry, and good to taste. Because during that time, when I was conceptualizing it, when I had all the taste tests, etc., I said, no wonder no one ever dared to do it commercially because of the bitter taste.
Mapait.
Correct?
Oh, yes.
So if you let a child drink it for the first
ayaw
time,
yan.
of course, hindi naman niya iinumin yun.
Tsaka parang lalabas, parang gamot.
So
It's hard to swallow.
So I said, okay, let's mask this a little bit. So I asked my son, ano paborito niya na Philippine fruit? Sabi niya, dalandan. That's why we started with dalandan. So I masked the 5 power herbs with the natural fruit of dalandan. And when my son tasted it for the first time, because, di ba remember, even now, children are so hard to convince to eat vegetables.
Yes.
But with that drink, di ba?
Kahit nga adults, like,
yes.
pinipilit pa ako ng asawa ko.
Eto na ang solusyon.
Okay.
We have now the solution. So when my son tasted the first time, wala siyang nalasahan na anything vegetable, anything bitter, nothing. So I was so happy kasi, ayan, buti na lang mapapainom ko na siya ng vegetable. And then, easy to carry because I made it powdered form and in a sachet.
Yes.
So anytime that I need a vegetable drink, then I'll just put water and there. It's like
very convenient.
Very convenient. Yeah.
Pero Miss Doy, when you mentioned that you masked it, somehow, we see the importance and significance of R&D, di ba? Parang even the manufacturing process,
Yes.
sometimes you don't just sleep overnight
I
and then
know.
finally the following morning, voila, you have that product. Pero how important is R&D there?
In our case, it's very, very important. That's number one. Because, kasi yung scheme namin is multi-level marketing eh. So you are directly dealing with people, with your dealers. So you get feedbacks instantaneously. You get feedbacks every single day, every single hour of the day. Hindi katulad ng traditional na when you buy it and then if you don't like it, wala naman masyadong feedback unless you do a social media thing. But here in our business, even without the social media yet, during that time, mag-feedback ka because you have a relationship with them.
Yes.
Because they are your dealers, they are the front runners. You get to talk to them every single day kasi sila yung nagbebenta eh. So, importante yung ibibigay mo sa kanilang produkto, exceptionally good, everything good. Kaya talagang, it's like 80% of the success really of First Vita Plus, I would like to attribute it to the excellent product that we've offered our dealers and our users in 22 years. So very important. And we keep on innovating and that's very important.
Which is my next question, Miss Doy, kasi diba, right now, if the feedback before, when you started was instantaneous, as you mentioned, mas lalo na ngayon.
Yes,
because of
kasi
the
social
advent
media.
So, like, if they don't like the taste now, in a few seconds, it's there, diba? My question is, how do you also make sure that the feedback of consumers or drinkers or manufacturing team, so there's maybe a reformulation of the product, ganun ba yun? Like, say, how's the process of getting that customer feedback and reaching them to your office to the actual remanufacturing or reconfiguration of the system?
Okay, so how we are in our model, the scheme, okay, of First Vita Plus, it's an MLM. So meaning the dealer will have group of dealers as well, and they will have to go house to house, parang ganyan yung term, di ba?
Yes.
Or person to person.
Yes.
So that's why instantaneous kasi pagka uminom ng produkto namin or gumamit ng produkto, syempre yung response immediately Okay, masasabi kung hindi masarap o hindi mabisa or hindi nag-work, yung feedback right away. That's why, sa case ko, hindi ako naglalabas ng produkto na hindi ko sigurado na lahat ng aspects ay na-cover na.
Na hindi na market test, ganyan.
Oo, kaya medyo matagal din minsan.
So,
yung,
how long? What's the process like?
Minsan, 3 years, 2 years, 5 years. That's why in 22 years of First Vita Plus, we call it product lines. So, we have like only 10 product lines in 22 years, but different products inside that line because I make sure that lahat talaga ng detalye covered, lahat ng benefits talagang we're able to meet because iba nga yung customer feedback sa amin
Yun, has there been a time, Ms. Toy, were in na market test, na i-distribute ng dealers, minsan nagkaroon ng feedback. So has there been a time wherein you decided na, nako, hindi ito gusto ng mga consumers natin, ng users, palitan natin to? Has there been a time that you shifted your business strategy based on a customer feedback?
I don't know if I'm just lucky or blessed or because I did my homework talaga dahil ang unang maggagamit ng produkto always, hindi ko masasabing guinea pigs, di ba? Pero sila talaga yung test market ko na una are my kids and then my immediate family.
Yes.
Kasi very critical sila Yun talaga ang naging parang benchmark ng lahat ng produkto na lalabas ng First Vita Plus. Una muna yung mga anak ko, tapos yung immediate family members, and then my staff. Okay, doon pa lang, I already get their feedbacks. I already change and tweak it a little bit if needed before I really put it out in the market. So far, wala pa namang drastic changes or recalls or nothing. Wala pa naman.
And looking at you, imagine, off-cam, Ms. Doy mentioned her age, and I asked what she taking or drinking, and she said, of course, obviously, it's her product. Okay, knowing your unprecedented success with First Quadrant Philippines, we are not surprised that FVP Marketing Corporation shares the same multi-level marketing framework to distribute First Vita Plus. What makes the MLM model that you have more effective than traditional product distribution and selling? Siyempre, sinabi mo, first mover advantage kayo.
Yes.
Pero is there something very significant with your MLM business model?
Correct. I only have one word for that, and that is equitable. Ibig sabihin, lahat ay masaya. Equitable meaning, if you are a dealer, you really get your fair share of your efforts through the commission scheme of First Vita Plus. So, we have a solid business plan. We have a viable marketing strategy. And of course, our excellent product and the trust that our dealers have in the company. So ito yung bakit para sa akin, isa sa pinakamaganda na marketing scheme is the MLM scheme. Kasi yung ibabayad ko dapat para sa mga middlemen, sa traditional, direkta na sa mga dealers. Because anyway, they're the ones doing the legwork for me. They're my foot soldiers
Yes.
Sila yung pumupunta sa kahit na saang sulok ng Pilipinas just to sell the product. So, para sa akin, that's why it's equitable. Kung ano yung pinaghirapan nila, that's what they get. That's why, minsan nagugulat when they hear like tricycle drivers now millionaires, janitors before now millionaires, and they like kind of wonder why that happened. Simple answer is our business plan is equitable. So because of your hard work doing the business of First Vita Plus, so therefore you get compensated for that hard work that you did for the company.
Wow, very interesting, Ms. Toyi. Now, related to that, my question is, we talked about it briefly earlier off cam. Ang fierce ng competition sa MLM business model, di ba? Like, one dealer, sometimes, if he or she is not loyal to that brand, he or she may enter into another,
Correct.
diba?
Yes.
Sometimes they say it's ethical, sometimes it's not, but it depends on your contract with the dealers. But how do you manage to ensure that there is trust, there is loyalty in this highly competitive MLM market?
Yes, I would like to say consistency. That plays a very major part in being one of the leaders, pioneers, first mover advantage of the MLM industry. Yung ethical na sa amin, it's a big no-no for us. We really ban them, terminate them, because loyalty for me is a big thing when it comes to doing the business. Why? Kasi syempre, when you go and meet people, sell to them our product. Yung loyalty kasi very important dahil they will be like your users, customers for life. Hindi to one-time deal. That's why, apart from we have great products, very good compensation plan, yung relationship is very important to me. It's not only about like innovation, building, selling. Not only that, we have to nurture relationships. So that's what I have with my dealers, that I'm always present. In 22 years, I've never been absent. So they know that when I talk about discipline, consistency, I know what I'm talking about. When I talk about leadership, when I talk about marketing strategy, they know that I'm serious about it because they see me do it. So consistency is a very big factor. Madaling magtayo ng MLM business. But the question is, how do you sustain and maintain and keep it running for the long haul? Very, very clear to me when we started. And that has always been like what they hear from me, that we are here for the long haul. Hindi tayo pang 6 months lang, pang 1 year lang. No, we will be together for the long haul.
To grow the business.
Yes.
I announced earlier you have about 3 million dealers?
3.6 million dealers, yeah.
3.6.
In 22 years.
Wow.
Yeah, 3.6 million.
And what percentage of that is very active?
Very active, mga 10%. But the user of the products, mas malaki. Mas malaki yung percentage doon.
Correct.
Yes.
Let me go back to what you mentioned earlier, kasi you mentioned about the 5 natural ingredients, malunggay, saluyot, daon ng sili, talbos ng kamote. These products are of course your bestsellers and still going strong.
The 5 power herbs are always present in all the products that I make.
Okay.
Yes.
Nearly 2 decades later, what key milestones have First Vita Plus achieved? I like what you mentioned about consistency, very competitive and beautiful incentive scheme because you want to compensate the effort also of your people. Talking about key milestones, siyempre, sabi mo nga, you're going to your road to 25 years.
In 2 years.
In 2 years.
Yes.
So this is something amazing because, not every company or individual, parang 25th is
especially
something...
in the MLM industry.
Exactly.
CRV. Very hard to yung iba even to reach a year or 2.
Or 3. Tama yun. Kumbaga parang mararamdaman nila. But in your case, wow, you're nearing 25 years. Ano yung key milestones so far?
Well, because we keep on innovating. Not only with the products, but with the technology that we have. We have 33 awards, both international and local, in 22 years. We have 57 satellite centers all over. But the most important part of that milestone are the products that we have released over the years. I remember, CRV, we only started with a premium line, with this one. We only started with this.
Dalandan.
Yes. This is the flagship product. It all started with this.
How is it doing now?
Still is. Still is a number 1.
Bestseller pa rin.
Bestseller pa rin. Kaya nga
pag ganyan, pag bestseller na, hindi nyo na ginagalaw yan.
Hindi na. Hindi talaga.
Paano yung nanggagaya? Marami nanggagaya.
Yes. Inevitable naman siya eh.
Yes.
Well, I would like to say that yung sales namin hindi naman affected. So, I'm confident to say na maraming gumagaya pero hindi exactly nagagaya. That's part of business. Pagka naman nakikita ka nila na you're doing well, talaga naman mag-gravitate towards doing their own. But I'm okay with that because wala naman ako monopoly over the scheme, over the business. Wala naman. Kaya nga, sometimes, that's also what drives me to where I am right now. Kasi ibig sabihin, hindi ako pwede mag-relax. Hindi ako po pwede na hindi magbigay ng bago sa market because I know that there are people who's going to copy what I'm doing. So I'm always like 3 steps forward. Yeah. So always like that. Because I know that there are people who would always like follow on what my footstep and do what I'm doing.
Amazing. Okay. So you mentioned about that innovation.
Yes.
Okay.
So after that, well, we have had many na kasi nag-upgrade ako. Like for example, from the premium, we have gold and we have platinum, but of the same line, meaning yung ingredients lang yung naiiba. May mga added features. Like for example, my capsule. You might think that this is only a capsule. Our capsule is not just one use. We have 3 uses of this capsule.
Which are?
Number 1, you can take it directly as a capsule if you want. And number 2, you can make it as a tea. So you just put the capsule itself in hot water, it will dissolve in seconds, and you have a tea in tea form. And then, okay, ito hindi masyadong ginagamit ngayon, pero kung natatandaan nyo yung budbod, ito ay tatanggalin lang sa capsule and then you can sprinkle it. Okay? In English, it's sprinklers. Oo. Sa
so
atin,
you sprinkle it
budbod.
on what? In your rice, in your bayan, ulam,
bayan,
ganyan.
yes, and in everything, even in your water, pwede. Because I made sure that you can even consume it directly, yung laman. And that's how the innovation is with our capsule. Yan. So,
interesting. So parang it's not just a typical capsule.
No.
But you just have to educate also the users, di ba?
Yes, RV. Kasi what's also different in our business model is that we have free seminars every single day. When it comes to products, we have doctors explaining the use and the benefits of the product and how to take it. And then in terms of the business model, we have dealers. Ito yung mga top dealers na or mga special speakers ng company na nag-educate how to run your business. Kasi ayoko na you're going into our business, the First Vitals business, so wala kang alam kahit na ano. So, like after...
Gusto mo kumita lang.
Oo, hindi pwede
Hindi
yun.
pwede yun.
Kasi nga, di ba, ang sabi ko, it should be sustainable. It should be viable. You should be able to pass it on to your next generation. That's how viable it is. In fact, in 22 years, marami ng dealers na sila nag-start, now it's their children.
Who's continuing it na?
Not just continuing, pero kasama na nila. Doing the business. It's like a family business na.
That's right.
We teach them. We have seminars, we have trainings on how to upgrade your business, on how to tackle like bawa customers, on how to present to customers, on how to sell, everything, even your etiquette, ganyan. Marami kaming mga seminars. Free lahat yon.
You mentioned about doctors, professionals.
Yes,
so,
yes.
as we talk about this, we know that the market data on health and wellness is really growing, especially post-COVID,
yes,
di ba?
After the pandemic.
Yes, after the pandemic, lahat na. Given all this, I appreciate you staying for almost more than 2 decades. But in terms of benefits that these products offer to our consumers, what's the USP? What's different with this? Kasi, di ba, there's a lot of claims of others.
Correct. Ang number 1 talaga is you have to have a unique selling proposition. Yan talaga, USP is very important in our business model. Kasi hindi po pwede na ang i-offer mo, mabibili lang rin sa labas. Because in our system, you cannot buy this outside except from dealers. Oo. So, dapat may added benefit talaga. Meron talagang unique na i-offer yung product mo. In our case, we capitalize on the 5 power herbs. Yes. So, yun talaga yung unique about our product. And so far, because naka-trademark naman yun sa akin, wala pa namang pwedeng gumamit nun. Or meron, may gumagamit na malunggay, but not the 5.
Pero Doy, sa mga kaedad ko, alam na yung mga benefits niyan.
Yes.
Pero for the sake of the younger
generation,
market, so
oo.
ano ba ang nagagawa ng 5 key ingredients na ito?
Oo. Number 1 is antioxidant. Okay, kasi syempre, very stressful yung environment that we are in. So, ito, whether you are young or old, very important. Micronutrients, vitamins. Dati, even the old, not only the young, hindi masyadong binibigyan ng importance. Not until COVID hit. Doon nila na-realize, importante pala itong mga vitamins, micronutrients, phytochemicals, antioxidant. Napaka-importante pala nun. In fact, during COVID, hindi kami nagsara because we were considered essential. Na-appreciate na nila. So, alam mo ba, si RV, right now, isa sa talagang mga spokesperson namin, yung mga bata. Kasi nakita nila that it is really very important to stay healthy. Kaya naman, nakapag-segue tuloy ako si RV.
Okay, go ahead.
Naglabas ako ng something for the younger generation. Okay?
Wow, and this is?
I call it Vita Kick. O kasi 'di ba, yung younger generation gusto nila instant. Gusto nila madali. Ito yung aming OG, yung original. Siyempre, titimplahin mo pa, lalagyan mo pa ng water, i-shake mo or stir mo pa, 'di ba? Not anymore with this. This is really, ang market ito are the younger generation. It has the 5 power herbs. It has all the benefits of cleansing, detoxifying, iba-iba siya. The bright is for whitening, the clean is for your colon, the cleansing, detoxification, and the nutri is for your overall wellness. And all you have to do is open it, take a kick, ang tawag ko doon kaya kick, because you just have to do it like one time and then that's it. You're good for the rest of the day. So that's what the younger generation wants, yung kick lang.
So you don't have to like say get water,
Not
everything
anymore.
is there. There's
Everything's
liquid
here.
in there. So
Yes.
it's ready to drink.
Yeah, ready to drink. Yeah.
I see. In terms of content, what's the volume there?
Okay, RB, what's also very unique about this is we use nectar. It is not liquid, it is not powder, but it is nectar. So very potent siya. Kaya naman, kailangan mo lang is one kick, tap okay na eh. Yes, kasi very, very potent siya. So it is not your usual liquid form or powder form or gel form. No, this is a nectar form.
So meaning you don't have to get water na lang.
No
like say,
more, not anymore.
ay
No
kung
more.
kunyari, kulang ako sa tamis, kaya
no.
dagdagan ko.
No.
Sakto lang.
Sakto lang. I'll let you try this.
Okay.
Everything I'll let you try. I don't really advertise na, wala ako masyado sa billboard, not on TV. I just guess on shows like this wherein
And
I can...
more on word of mouth,
Yes,
no?
because of the word of mouth system that
Pero
we
bakit?
have.
I appreciate this kind of strategy, word of mouth, because based on what you were telling me earlier, parang it's really more on the relationship. I see your authenticity there. But given the market competition now wherein they use billboards, they use a lot of advertising.
Correct.
In your case,
Models even.
yes. So in your case, parang you have the choice to use that. With
Correct.
your 2 decades of experience, you can easily do that with your budget. But what's the thought behind that,
Because
Ms. Toyi?
I am 200% confident on my products. Kaya nga word of mouth yung kinakapitalize ko kasi definitely for sure when you take our products, ikaw na magkakwento kung ano ang naging benefit sa'yo. That's how confident I am. And our dealers and everyone else, talaga naman in 22 years, sila talaga yung nagkakwento na. Hindi ko na kinakailangan na kumuha ng artista o mag-billboard kasi no need na eh. Kasi they'll really like advertise you, they'll really like patronize you and tell their stories, testimonies. Hindi lang talaga siya advertisement eh, no. They'll really like passionately tell their story. And para sa akin, storytelling technique is one of the most powerful tool in advertising, in marketing. So that's what I capitalize on, the word of mouth. It's one way of saying that your story is the strongest ever testimonial that I can get for my product.
Agree and amazing. Given the popularity of First Vita Plus Natural Health Drink, is there evidence-based research to back up its health benefit claims?
Well, because we are into natural product, hindi masyado yung claims to back it up. But yun nga the testimonials of the people taking it, I bank on that. Pero, do we have documentations? Yes, we do. We really encourage them na magpasa sa amin ng kanilang mga test before taking Vita and after taking Vita. Yeah, we do have that.
Tsaka pag vegetable naman, you don't have to have that scientific studies to realize that malunggay is good for the body. Huwag ka nga lang may gout katulad ng iba. Huwag masyado sa malunggay.
Meron ng solusyon dyan. May gout out ako.
Okay, wow. I noticed you have a lot of products that target specific organs of the body.
Correct. Because 3 years ago, when I launched this, the gout out, ito specific illnesses na to. Kasi when I started, general siya eh. Okay, but then, you know, as part of innovation, yung mga clamor din. Na ma'am, wala pa tayong okay, sige, I'll develop. So after
Still
3
based
years...
on customer feedback then.
Yes.
Kasi I noticed you have liver, kidney.
Everything. Kidney, liver, heart, insulin, and even fat away. Yung mga extra fats na nakatago
Naku,
dyan.
marami tayo niyan.
And then, ginawa ko na yung 5 power herbs, nilagay ko na siya in 1 capsule. That's why you can like have it as a tea or a sprinkler or your capsule.
Pag ganyan ba, Miss Toyi, do you need prescriptions from doctors or advice from doctors?
All of these are FDA approved. And then all our speakers in terms of all the products are only doctors, medical doctors. But to answer your question, well, it's really up to the doctors if they want to prescribe, but these are food, these are supplements, these are vegetables, so hindi naman kinakailangan. It's just supplemental eh. We don't want you to like not take your medicine.
Yeah.
No, hindi namin yung sinasabi.
Yes.
Okay? Ito ay pangdagdag lamang. Oo. Hindi namin sinasabi sa'yo na, tanggalin mo na yung gamot mo na pinescribe sa'yo ng doktor mo para sa sakit mo. No, we never do that. Because we just let you take this as additional, like for your immune system. Siyempre, if we can, like go back to the natural way, better. But no, I respect the doctors who've studied many years.
Yeah. Now, what do you think paved the way for your sustained success, given that there are so many products in the market now in the health and wellness sector? Is the market saturated or is there more room to grow? We talked about competition earlier. So, siyempre, lahat gusto, di ba? Especially during the pandemic, parang everything, anything about health and wellness, you know, boomed and bloomed during the time, post-pandemic.
Oo. Welcome naman yun, very good naman yun for the consumers kasi marami silang options. But again, Sir RV, babalik ako dun sa trust nila sa First Vita Plus. Kasi for 22 years, breakthrough products talaga yung nilalabas ko. Even if, for example, ngayon lang nauuso ang mga, let's say, antioxidants or during the pandemic lang vitamin C and zinc, we've done it like 10 years before, ganyan. And they know that when I say that we have a new product or this product works, talaga namang sila yung nagpapatotoo. So we have a lot of that. So is the market saturated? In our case, I keep on adding pa. So no. Luckily, no.
So there's really more room to grow.
Yes, imagine we have 100 million Filipinos here pa lang sa world pa. So, no. And health and wellness is a very big market. So, I don't think it will ever be saturated.
Despite millions of users of your natural drink and other herbal supplements in general, many Filipinos still need to be convinced to take natural, traditional, alternative, healthy supplements. Bakit sa tingin mo marami pa rin ang hindi sumusubok sa natural na paraan? Ito ba ay napakagaling ng advertising ng mga pharma na, di ba? Ang Pinoy kasi, di ba? Ang Pinoy, pag nakita ng branded, kahit na may mas mura, ay doon tayo sa branded.
Kasi si RB, yung mindset kasi, syempre ang hirap labanan ng mindset na kasanayan na, it's an alternative eh. Nag-o-offer ako na baka gusto mo naman ng natural. Kaya lang dati, si RB, I would like to make a little correction, no? Siguro yung hindi pagtanggap, dati yun. Nung masama pa talaga yung lasa ng mga herbs. Diba? Kasi syempre naman, mahirap magpainom sa isang tao na hindi nila i-enjoy. Diba? Kaya yun ang sinolusyonan kong una. Na dapat good to taste. Kinakailangan, hindi nila ayawan yung lasa. Kinakailangan parang nag-enjoy lang sila inumin.
Like water or the regular juice.
Yeah, pero hindi nila alam ang ganda ng health benefits. Yun ang una ko talagang sinolusyonan. Oo, yun talaga una kong in-address.
Kumbaga, that's in business, di ba? Parang you address the pain point.
That's one of the pain points na kapag tinry mo si first cycle, sarap pa. Yan, ganyan. Tapos anong meron dito? Yun. Tsaka mo explain.
A lot of people, especially ano nga ba yung mas bata pa sa Gen...
Alpha.
Alpha. Gen Z. Alam mo, Gen Z na tayo. A lot of them like say, ano ba to? Milk tea generation. Parang ganun. What if somebody approaches you and they would say, is there 5 herbs in this milk tea? Parang ganyan.
We have.
Oh, you have that already?
Yes, to cater to the alpha. Meron. We call it cocoa wow, mga wow berry. Yan, patok na patok to sa mga bata.
I see. Wow, interesting. So,
pero may 5 power herbs yan. So, hindi nila alam, umiinom na sila ng gulay. Mahihirapan talaga tayong mag-shift from milk tea generation to healthy generation. That's why ako na yung gumagawa ng way para ma-enjoy nila yung drink nila. Tapos at the same time, healthy pa.
Based on your explanation now, parang somehow you also look at your market segmentation where you have a specific product for a specific age group.
Correct.
So, yun ba, is that your plan? But what is that product line that constitutes much of your profit margin?
Okay, Sir RV, because pinag-aaralan ko talaga yung generational profile. Oo, when I do a product, okay, number 1 consideration ko is the generational profile. Ibig sabihin, dapat from silent gen hanggang alpha ngayon. Kasi we have 6 generations living. Ibig sabihin, yung nabubuhay ngayon, kinakailangan mag-cater ka sa 6 na henerasyon na yun.
Meron ka din daw yatang skin and cosmetic lines. Siyempre, when you talk about, this holistic health and wellness thing, meron ka na ring cosmetic and line.
Soaps, lotions, even shampoo, conditioner na kung naalala mo pa si RV nung araw, gugo, ginagamit na.
Naalala ko yan noong bata pa ako. Ngayon, hindi na.
Medyo hindi. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So, meron na, yun yung sinusolusyon na namin. Sabi ko nga yung kanina na pain points, yan. Yan talaga inaalam ko Ano bang mga pain points ng bawat generation? Bibigyan ko ng solusyon yon. So, even the skincare, syempre, yung collagen, yung papaya, di ba?
So, you have this under the brand First Vita din?
Yes, pero Herbal Blessings or P Solutions, ang tawag ko doon. Anak ko naman na isa yon na 27 years old. Siya naman ang model nun.
I see.
Para nakikita sa kanila kung ano ginagamit nila.
I see. You are not stopping, Ms. Toyi, in your process of innovation.
Yes.
And despite the first mover advantage that you have, you continue to innovate and create more products. So, what's the future like with First Vita Plus?
Well, I am very conscious about yung generations. So, yung future generations, ano yung coming in after alpha. We have to cater to all market, all generations. Now, in terms of innovation, like for example, si RV, sa digital world, diba? So, yung digital future, what is in store for First Vita Plus? Like for example, we have our catalog. This is not just a catalog. This is an interactive catalog. Okay, so when you talk about the success stories of our dealers, okay, I've dedicated a portion of them. Pero, these are some, kasi we have a lot. So, if you want, like, we say, because very inclusive kasi, yung First Vita Plus kasi yun ang isa sa mga mission ko, na success should be for all. That success should be for everyone, even with disability. Age, gender, profession, lahat inclusive. So for example, you would like to know how a person with disability would fare in our business. When we feature them, meron kami QR code, okay? So you just scan the QR code and then
it goes to where?
To their YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, and they'll be talking about their story,
their
how
businesses,
their business,
may testimonials na rin
testimonials na.
Wow.
Yun. So, hindi lang siya...
it gives them a platform also to promote their business.
Yes, to promote their business and tell their story.
Speaking of the digital space, what innovations did you do to address the demands in the digital market?
Yes. In terms of managing your business, okay, pwede mo na siya i-manage at your fingertips. Kasi we have an app,
Wow.
okay? If you would like to know ilan na yung dealers under you, so just click on the genealogy, okay?
So everything can be managed via the app.
Now, in terms of your commission, syempre, yan ang
business
hinihintay.
tayo.
Oo. Now, we have our co-branding with Paymaya and First Vita Plus kasi pwede na dito ipasok yung commission nila. So they don't have to be physically there even if they're like outside the Philippines. They can like run the business just with their app and their Paymaya.
I see.
Pero what's interesting, CRV, is people would still want to hold their checks, get their checks.
The traditional
the
one.
traditional way.
With the listeners and viewers of Open for Business, a lot of people may want to be a dealer or a distributor. How will they do it?
Okay, Sir RV, thank you for giving me this chance to reach out to our viewers. So if you're interested to be part of the family of First Vita Plus, you want to be a dealer of First Vita Plus, if you want to change your life for the better, to be healthier, wealthier, so you can get in touch with us sa aming corporate center. It's at the second floor of Santry Tower, here in Meralco Avenue, Ortigas Center, Pasig City. And then we have 57 product satellite centers all over the Philippines. And we have our YouTube channel, we have our IG, Facebook account, and TikTok account. So if you're interested, just look for those links. Our number is 8470-8482. That's 8470 Vita, okay? Or 8470-7525, okay? And then we have also our relationships marketing department who can assist you with your every need. 0917-866-0032.
Yes, I look forward to a lot of calls with the First Vita Plus with this episode. And I look forward to seeing you again in our next episodes.
Yes,
but before we finish this conversation, please address our viewers, Ms. Toyi. You can give us maybe a couple of your tips on entrepreneurship. Paano nga ba masusustain ng mga maliliit na negosyante din para sila din ay humaba ng mahigit 2 dekada sa pagninegosyo?
Number 1 is integrity. Yan ang unang-una. When we first started, we have also our fair share of negative publicity. But for as long as you are doing the business correctly, and talaga namang malinis ang hangarin natin na tumulong sa kapwa, mapalago ang ating negosyo, then the public will be the ones to trust us. And then, always listen to your users, your consumers, your dealers. Kasi importante that you have a relationship with them, a good relationship with your customers. To keep your business viable, you have to solve the pain points. You have to know the pain points. Yaan ang ginagawa ng First Vita Plus, to always look for solutions to the problems of our consumers. You really have to have a solid, sustainable, and trustworthy company, because malalaman ng ating mga consumers if you're here for the long haul or you're just doing it just for the money. No. If you want to be relevant all the time, then you have to always give importance to all the consumers. And if you can change their lives for the better and then at the same time make them healthier, so good combination yun. So, for everyone who would like to be in this business, the MLM business, for the long haul, then I suggest that palaging totoo lang ang sabihin natin sa ating mga consumers, sa ating mga business partners. Kasi business partner natin ating mga dealers eh. So, you have to make the business equitable for them. Kinakailangan kung ano pinaghirapan nila, ibigay talaga natin sa kanila yung share nila of the business. That way, you will be able to be with them for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And in First Vita Plus, I plan to make it second, third generation ng pamilya ko. I still can do the business with our dealers or our, we call them business associates.
That's Ms. Rodora Doy Tungpalan, the President and CEO of First Vita Plus Marketing Corporation, open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us. And with that, our buzzword of the week is nutraceutical. It is a combination of nutrient and pharmaceutical. Nutraceutical is a broad umbrella term that is used to describe any product derived from food sources with extra health benefits in addition to the basic nutritional value found in foods. The natural healthy supplement sector is more than just the brands or products. It is a movement towards better health, empowerment, and ultimately community development. Staying healthy reduces the financial strain on our families and the economic burden to the government. For business owners, we learned the lesson on dedication to quality, a forward-thinking leadership, and a passion for holistic wellness not only have the capacity to transform your company, but also the lives of millions of people involved. And our quote of the week is, if you think wellness is expensive, try illness. Thank you very much, Doy. Maraming salamat. At maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Kaya't siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang kanilang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Do you want a home that's not just clean but pure? In this episode, we will discover how Hila Philippines is revolutionizing home care with their innovative products. The husband and wife team of John and Nympha Gamez, owners of Hila Philippines, will come clean about their business of deep sanitizing and purifying our air at the same time. Tune in to find out how we can breathe easier and live better.
bringing you business news and information here on Open for Business. New airport projects underway in the South. The country is looking into developing 6 greenfield airports, including ongoing projects in Zamboanga, Dumaguete, and Siargao, according to the Department of Transportation. Department Chief Jaime Bautista said that new airports are also being eyed for Masbate, Naga, and Pangasinan. Zamboanga Airport will be moved 15 kilometers away from its present location. Timeline for the project could last about 8 years, with land acquisition alone expected to take place for 2 to 3 years and actual construction for another 5. Rising in Bacong, Negros Oriental, the new Dumaguete Airport spanning 197.55 hectares will be funded via a 13.15 billion peso loan agreement with Korean Exim Bank. Land acquisition is currently on the table via the local government of Bacong. Meanwhile, the public-private partnerships are also being pursued for next year for the modernization and rehabilitation of airports in Basco Batanes, Busuanga, Palawan, Cauayan City, Isabela, Tuguegarao City, Cagayan, Bacolod City, Calbayog and Catbalogan, Samar, Catarman, Northern Samar or MOC, Leyte, Davao City, General Santos City, and Surigao City. Direct Manila-Paris flights in December. Filipino travelers will soon enjoy direct connections between the Philippines and France via the resumption of flights between Manila and Paris in December, announced the French ambassador to the Philippines, Marie Fontanelle. The Tourism Department also said that this development could open more direct flights to European countries in the near future. The expected flights between the two routes return after 20 years and are being expected to bring more passenger traffic to both the Philippines and France, especially for Filipinos living in Europe. FDI drops to $394 million in June. The country's foreign direct investment net inflows contracted to $394 million in June, versus $555 billion over a year ago due to lower placements across all investment instruments, said the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. For the first semester, the BSP said that FDI net inflows rose by 7.9% to $4.4 billion from $4.1 billion during the same period last year. BICAM Committee approves Create More Reconciled version. The Bicameral Conference Committee adopted and ratified early this week a reconciled version of the corporate recovery and tax incentives for enterprises to maximize opportunities for reinvigorating the economy, or Create More bill. The Bicameral Committee approved version of the bill seeks to lower taxes on domestic and foreign companies to 20% from 25%. According to Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the bill is aimed to improve the tax incentives framework for registered businesses, providing for a more attractive investment climate. Albay Representative Jose Maria Clemente S. Salceda said that Create More is a big win for manufacturing, adding that the agreed legislation has resolved the inconsistencies in the value-added tax clauses of the Create Act of 2021. And that's the business roundup for this week. I'm Jamie Harrell for Open for Business.
Dito sa Open for Business, marami rin tayong iba't ibang klaseng negosyo na napag-usapan. Pero sa pagkakataong ito, malinis at kalinisan naman ang ating pag-uusapan. We are joined by the owners of Hila Philippines, a company that distributes air and room cleaning systems and is part of Marnie Marketing. Please welcome Mr. and Mrs. John Nympha Games. Actually, napaka-interesante ng topic natin kasi I remember this started during COVID-19 days pa. After COVID, a lot of people were very health conscious. So, marami ang nasilbihan din ng mga air purifiers at ionizers. I remember during those times, parang may isinusuot pa. May sinusuot. Parang ginagawang kwintas pa noon during that time. I had one and there were a lot of people who were buying that. So, ngayon po ba, mataas pa rin ba ang demand sa ganitong mga klaseng produkto?
Si Hila po, since nag-start, yung demand po niya ay napakataas. Wala ho itong pagbabago kahit may kalamidad, kahit may mga sakuna or may mga pandemic. Kasi si Hila is nakakatulong po sa atin, hindi lang po sa kalinisan, kalusugan, katipiran at ganoon din po sa ating kabuhayan. Kaya wala ho siyang kupas, kumbaga. Noon at hanggang ngayon, so yung amin hong performance sa sales is talaga hong tuloy-tuloy po yung sales niya dahil marami po talagang nangangailangan pagdating sa kalinisan, lalo na ho sa katipiran.
That's good. Ano ba yung napansin ninyo na pagbabago sa kaugalian naman ng mga tao? Talaga bang dahil ba sa pandemic talagang naging conscious talaga ang mga tao para sa mga ganitong klaseng produkto?
Tama po. Kasi before, hindi sila nag-worry about sa kalinisan, lalo na sa loob ng bahay natin, sa family natin. So dito sa Hila or during pandemic, after pandemic talaga, dati noon ang siniservice lang po namin o kinikater lang namin is 70% sa residential and 30% sa mga commercial. Now, mas dumami yung mga commercial o industrial kasi nga hanggang sa kaliit-liitan, airborne na po yung pinag-uusapan after ng pandemic. So natakot na sila doon. So that's the time talagang yung Hila, nagkaroon talaga siya ng demand sa lahat ng klase ng mga nangangailangan talaga ng malinis na hangin na nilalanghap natin sa loob ng ating rooms.
Maganda, Sir John, yung sinabi ni Ma'am Nympha na parang somehow there's a shift of demand, diba? Both industrial and homes. But in this case po, now that medyo post-pandemic na, there's a lot of product lines in the market. Diba? May air purifier, merong vacuum cleaning device. Ano po ba yung mga produkto in the market and the need of the market that Hila Philippines is addressing? Nabanggit nyo nga kanina, there are times na parang a lot of people say it's just a vacuum cleaner, but in your case, di ba, it's beyond that. Hindi lang panglinis. It has health benefits. So it's no longer just a simple device, but it can do something else. So ano po ba yung mga produkto sa Hila Philippines na nakaka-address ng mga needs ng mga tao ngayon?
Una ho, dahil si Hila is, kumbaga, nating to compare. Kasi una, patented po siya. Okay? Self-cleaning, maintenance-free. So, once na makita ng tao yung ganung product na talagang, kumbaga, tested na siya sa market. Dito sa Pilipinas since 2008. No? So talagang naipakita namin, unang-una, is yung after sales na nandun kami na laging nakatutok, nakaalalay sa mga client para maipakita namin kung paano talaga hugasan ni Hila yung hangin, paano makatulong dun sa mga kasambahay, yung paggamit. So, yung paghuhugas ng mga kama, ng kanilang mga kasangkapan by using water. So ito po yung pinakang the best sa function ni Hila kasi sabi nga yung water is the best cleaning solution na papalitan lang natin, maintenance free. Wala siyang filter and minimum of 10 years po yung ating warranty. Lalo na ho yung sa after sales, pupuntahan kayo para ho servisyohan, turuan yung kasambahay. Kung nagkaroon ng counting problem yung machine, meron po tayong service unit. So hindi nyo na ho kailangan pumunta ng office para ipa-repair, ipaayos, ipa-check up. So nandun po lagi, always, we have a customer care na tumatawag po every 6 months or depende po kung ano po yung needs natin. And free, wala hong babayaran. So yun po yung advantage namin kung sa tagal ko po sa industriya na ganito. Sabi ko nga sa pag-uumpisa ko ng pag-ahente, pagiging dealer, distributor, and now ako po ay isang importer no, nitong Hila. So naibibigay ko po na mas maayos yung serbisyo at kagandahan at kahusayan ni Hila.
You import these products, and as you mentioned, this is patented. So, from what country are you importing these, and what are these tools? What are these solutions? Ito ba ay, di ba, siyempre sa mga kasambahay natin, o kaya hindi na kasambahay, yung mga, kahit nga ako, naglilinis din,
tama
o
po.
kaya yung mga nanay. So, what are these cleaning devices or air purifying devices? Ano-ano po ang tawag na ninyo dito at saan po ito galing?
Una, galing po ito sa Slovenia, doon po yung factory niya, and ang our marketing international office is sa Germany. So, ang unique feature po ni Hila na makakatulong is yung iiwan mo lang siya na umaandar, sir, huhugasan niya na ng kusa yung hangin. So, para po siyang robot na after 30 minutes, mahuhugasan niya na ho yung kwarto natin at the rate of 65 cubic feet per minute. So, yung 36 square meter, so madali po sa loob ng kalahating oras, you can transfer the machine at nahugasan na po yung hangin. So, ang nagugustuhan po dito ng kasambahay is hindi na ho sila magwawalis, magpupunas, at hindi na rin ho ganong dudumi yung aircon. Kasi po yung hangin, huhugasan niya by using water. Duplicator po kasi siya ng nature. Ito ang magiging ulan, hamog, puno, ilog at dagat sa loob ng bahay. Now, you once i-on, because Hila is using water, so iwa-water wash niya po yung air para ma-wash out po yung germs, bacteria, virus, and dust mite. So, yun po yung unique feature niya, sir. I-on lang po natin.
And this machine is called
Hila.
Hila
EST Defender. So ito po yung latest model.
Ano po ibig sabihin ng EST?
EST is Evolution Separator Technology. Okay? So, dinesign po ito. So, yung meron siyang geyser separator technology, which is even yung mga droplets na nasa air, kasama yung germs and bacteria, so kaya niya pong itrap sa water. Okay? At paglabas po ng hangin is clean, fresh and water wash dust-free air. Yun po yung hangin na hinugasan na kung saan hindi ho natin mabibili sa market. So si Hila, yun po yung ibibigay sa atin na benepisyo. Ang malinis, sariwa at malinis na hangin na kung saan yun ho ang magbibigay sa atin para magpalakas po ng immune system natin. So dadalhin po niya yung probinsya sa loob ng inyong bahay, yung ilog, yung dagat, so yung mountain, yun po yung pinakang main feature niya.
Sa mga nakikinig sa atin, parang siyempre iniisip naman, ako baka mamaya hindi na nga maglinis yun. But di ba parang they will not get other cleaning devices. But siyempre I think this complements, di ba, our households to make sure that their air is purified, their rooms are clean as well. So in your case, how easy is using this?
Ang Hila po kasi is napakadaling gamitin. Even yung pong mga 9 years old, napakadaling gamitin talaga. Ito pong Hila kasi pang air disinfectant na rin. So pwede po natin gamitin yung pong ating mga, lalo na sa scent o magpabango siya, pwede din po gamitin yung mga natural. Yung mga balat ng sunkiss, sampagita flowers.
So ihahalo mo doon, lalagay mo lang sa device?
Ihahalo lang siya. Yung natural na nanariyan sa ating nanariyan sa ating bakuran, pwede ninyo hong gamitin.
All you have to do is put it in the bowl or in the device with water.
With water. Always with water kasi yung mga natural na yan, ang kinukuha po natin, yung mga extract, yung mga oils nila, especially sa mga bulaklak. Diba? Yun po yung talagang nagpapaano ng essence niya, yung oil niya. So, kailangan lang po ilagay doon. Mas maganda nga po is iano natin overnight para kinabukasan, yun yung gagamitin natin. At ang mahalaga pa po dito, lalo na ngayon, kailangan natin yung antibacterial na natural pa rin. Ano po yun? Yung rock salt. Yung rock salt, napaka-ganda pong antibacterial sa air. Kasi yung iba hindi naman pwede makapunta sa mga dalampasigan o sa beaches natin. So, ang maganda niyan, rock salt or Himalayan salt or mga Epsom salt, pwede po niyong ihalo sa water para magkaroon po ng function. Napakaganda po at napakarami ng function, benefits ng Hila. Yung iba lang po kasi ang nakikita pag sinabing Hila, okay, vacuum cleaner yan. But wait, Hila is the best para po sa ating air medication, sanitation, mag-ionize po, bumaba yung ano natin, yung humidity level, yung pagtanggal po ng mga positive and negative sa loob ng bahay natin. Kasi with the gadgets, like TV, cellphone, ang taas po ng radiation. Wala ho tayong choice. So sa halip na bumili po tayo ng iba't ibang mga gadgets sa bahay natin to control that kind of mga sakit sa atin, Hila is the best. So yun po yung napatunayan at may mga certification po siya.
Can you give us a run-through of how you were able to finally distribute Hila in the Philippines? Paano ba kayo nagsimula?
Sa ganito pong industriya, sa water-based cleaning machine, nag-start kami noong 2008. Sabi ko nga po, nung nag-umpisa kami ay isang machine lang. But dahil napagtiwalaan po kami nung manufacturer na kaya naming i-distribute ito sa buong Pilipinas ayon sa aking karanasan bilang agent, dealer, distributor. So in-award po sa akin yan being as importer. So na-promote ko po ng maayos si Hila unang-una dahil dekalidad po yung kanyang quality at yung function niya ay tested talaga.
Nagsimula ka na agent lang muna,
Yes,
di ba? So
agent
talagang
po. 18 years old po ako
So
nag-umpisa.
pag ganon, you were reporting directly to the manufacturer, tama
Yes.
ba? So wala pang Hila Philippines noon,
Wala
tama?
pa. Dito po sa Hila, dito ko naipakita, mas maganda yung oportunidad nung naging importer ako. Kasi mas marami akong matutulungan at mabibigyan ng trabaho at negosyo sa ganitong hanap buhay. So yung naranasan ko, gusto ko pong i-share sa mga kapwa ko Pilipino kung paano ako nag-umpisa at kapag maganda pala yung isang bagay na inumpisahan natin, yung lalo na yung products at yung company, makakamit mo lahat ng iyong pangarap.
So, Sir John, speaking of experience, talagang you started as agent and then a dealer, a distributor, and then finally, you became the importer of this product. This is very inspiring, ladies and gentlemen, because from an agent, they were able to establish a business that not only helps them, but it's an opportunity for them to help other people as well. And it's a skill because some entrepreneurs had a very serious studies on entrepreneurship, but this one is really good experience by establishing good relationships, di ba? So paano ituloy niyo po, Sir
So
John?
ganito ho, kaya nga inaanyayahan namin yung aming mga kababayan, high school graduate, yung mga college level, yung mga freelancer, o yung mga gustong kumita ng extra income. So after 16 years, gumawa ho kami ng isang program na siguro naman po yung 16 years ay hindi na ho nakakahiya na manghikayat kami or mag-invite kasi napatunayan ko po. So hindi na nakakahiya na itong product na ito ay mawawala. Or hindi, kumbaga parang baka fly by night. So meron po kaming sa office na pre-training. Kung paano ko po ginawa at kung paano ko po narating to, bibigyan po natin ng bawat isa ng kalayaan na or matulungan para magkaroon ng sariling business. Kaya natutuwa ako nung napunta ako dito dahil nung pinapanood ko ito, sana may share ko na one of these days, eto na nga, gusto kong maibahagi yung aking karanasan na kahit galing po ako sa bukid, napunta ako dito, na wala akong sweldo, walang puhunan. Dahil nakita ko yung magde-demo lang tayo, magpipresent ng product, babayaran na tayo ng company para ho ma-promote yung product. So kumbaga direct advertising yung nangyayari. Sa halip na ibayad po sa mga iba-ibang mga network, sa tao na po direkta. So ganun po yung mangyayaring sistema na ilalabas po namin sa ngayon na once na mag-join sa amin ay may hong libreng training, meron hong libreng sasakyan, may driver, may machine. Kaya ito ho yung malaking maitutulong namin sa kanila na ang kailangan lang ho nila yung oras, yung kanilang panahon at pagmamalasakit at kailangan din determinado tayo. Meron tayong determinasyon na gusto natin talagang umangat at magkaroon ng sariling business sa tamang panahon.
Sa napagdaanan ni Sir John, I'm sure dahil kasama kayo doon lagi, di ba? Parang your partners.
Apo.
In your case, as one of the owners of this, what are the other challenges that you experienced in this 16 years span of promoting and distributing Hila in the Philippines?
Okay, doon po sa nabanggit yung sa pagsisimula namin, talagang napakahirap po. Dahil siyempre, una nanggaling po kami sa kaming dalawa, nag-tandem na talaga, nag-ahente. So, na-promote siya, naging distributor. Unang-una, wala kaming pera. So, talagang challenge sa aming mag-asawa yan. Ni pagpunta nga sa abroad at pagpunta ng mga meetings kasi kailangan namin, wala kaming pera doon. Pero ang talagang napakagandang namin doon, naging hindi kami tiningnan sa pera. Tiningnan kami sa kakayahan namin, kung paano namin dalahin itong produkto nila. Siyempre, imported po siya. So, doon po namin na nagtiwala talaga sila sa amin. Kasi before naman ng Hila, meron pa talaga kaming ibang pinagsisilbihan o pinag-aahentehan. So, yun po yung naging namin. And then, nabanggit niyo yun tungkol doon sa papaano namin ito na patagal ng ganitong katagal, 16 years. So, kami ko kasi before talagang ahente-ahente, okay? And then sabi nga marami kaming mga kliyente na naniwala sa amin. So, nagdumami yun. And then, pagkatapos naman yung mga produkto nga, siyempre maraming ang tawag namin po generic. May gumagaya, ang dami talaga. Pero bakit namin naitaguyod to ng matagal? Sabi niya, consistency talaga yung namin. Kahit ang dami nang nangyari. So, ang niya namin is, kakaiba talaga siya. Hindi siya yung one at a time lang na mabilis sa umpisa. Pero patagal ng patagal, pawala ng pawala. Si Hila hindi po. Siya po, habang tumatagal, gumaganda yung development nila. Especially doon sa mga features. Talagang trending kung kailangan yung like sa COVID, yun po yung mas dinevelop pa ho nila para all-in-one na talaga. Kasi yung iba talaga bumibili ng yung mga kung ano-anong mga gadget. Halos punuin na yung ating bahay para makontrol lang yung ganyang mga natin, ang dilemma natin dito sa buong mundo kasi. So ang maganda niyan talagang, sabi nga, maraming mga nariyan sa over-the-counter. Pero bakit hindi kami naglalagay sa mga over-the-counter na yan o naglalagay ng kiosk? Kasi kami yung talagang nilalapit namin sa kanila. Yung totoong, eto siya. And then, hindi siya kwento o hindi sales talk lang. Kailangan talaga yung natural talaga or yung talaga mapapagkatiwalaan niya.
So, parang personalized
talaga.
approach.
Yun po talaga, especially the after sales, nabanggit ni John. Yung after sales talaga, dati kasi kami siyempre ahente. So, may time na pag wala kaming maano dyan sa mga kliyente, hindi namin ina-after sales kasi nga it takes money, time. Wala naman kami makukomisyon doon after sales. But ang ginawa namin ni John, kaya tumagal kami ng ganito talaga, kami na yung pumupunta. Kami na yung talagang inalagaan. After 3 months, kumusta? May gagamit ba? Lalo na sa mga establishment. Kasi ang mga staff dyan, hindi naman for life. Tama. So, ang nangyari sa amin, pinapasya na namin. Every time na you need, it's for free. Kasi nga, yun yung naranasan namin before. So, ngayon, kailangan namin mas pagandahin. Dahil kami na to Hindi na kami yung, okay, kailangan tanungin namin yung office. Ngayon, talagang kami po yung nagsasabi na, kailangan mo ba? So, dun talaga lumawak o tumagal yung aming hanap buhay hanggang ngayon.
Wow. Ma'am Nympha mentioned, Sir John, na sabi niya, parang you were selected as importer. Hindi dahil may pera kayo, pero may nakita sa inyo na kakaiba. May nakita sa inyo na how you will handle the product. Ano sa palagay mo, Sir John, yung nakita sa inyo? Is it skill? Is it your willingness? Is it your enthusiasm? What is it in your character that, they have selected you as importer?
Nung nag-umpisa ho ako, So pwede kong sabihin ako yung pwedeng superstar doon sa pinanggalingan ko na naging one of the best din ako. Pinakang masipag, matyaga. At the age of 21, may company na ho ako noon. So ibig sabihin, after 3 years, nasundan ko kagad kasi may ladder of success yan eh. So yung hagdan yun, at the age of 21 o 3 years, naakyat ko po yun ng mabilis. Sa 3 taon, may kumpanya ko, nakapag-develop ako ng tao. So yun, tuloy-tuloy lang po as distributor, maga akong na-promote sa ganyan. So, yun yung nakita nila sa akin. Kung paano ko nalaman, na hindi ko nabanggit kanina, how did you know? Yung Hila, actually po, yung pinagtatrabahoan ko nung una, yun po yung competitor namin. But yun po yung nagturo sa akin, yung anak pa mismo niya, ang nagsabi sa akin, Jan, may mas maganda na dito sa produktong to. Ito yung brand. So, dahil hindi ho naman namin alam kung saan hahagilapin yung brand na yon, yung pangalawang anak ko, uso na dun yung internet. Sako, tingnan mo nga itong word na Hila. So, nung nakita namin, yung humahawak ng Asia Pacific is from Hong Kong. So, nag-email doon, yung anak ko, at pinapunta kami on the spot. At pagdating doon po, ay tinignan namin kung ano yung Hila. Then, bumili muna kami ng isa. Kasi pwede mo na magbit-bit ng isa sa airport pang sarili. Then, pinabalik ko agad kami to sign the contract. Hindi na ho tinanong kung ilan ang bibilhin o dyan dito. So, natatandaan ko po, August po nangyari yon. This is 16 years ngayon. August, nung pumunta kami is July 28. Nag-sign kami ng contract is August 8. So, 16 years. 3 months po kaming dumadaan sa Hong Kong. So sa kasawi ang palad, namatay po yung humahawak ng yung regional ng Asia Pacific. So pagdating po nung November, after 3 months, so nakadirekta na po kami ng Germany. So yun po yung history kung paano ko napuntahan si Hila. At pagpunta doon, dahil may rekomendado na ho dito, may permahan na, at sa loob ng 3 buwan, nakapag-produce agad kami ng sales. Kasi ang kwento, mayroon na pala hong inoperang mayayaman dito, 2 Chinese, na sa loob ng taon, 1 taon, 2 taon, hindi ho nakapag-produce ng sales. Yung sa amin po, yung 1 buwan, so siguro po yung first month namin, 10, I think mga 10 sales. Tapos naging 15, tapos naging 25. So, yun po kaagad ang ano. So, kung ano lang naman po yung aming ibebenta, yun po yung binibili namin sa ano, sa ano po, sa Asia. Dahil wala pa ho. So, kumbaga nun, ang advantage lang ho namin, inalaw nila kahit isa lang yung bilhin mo, kahit importer ka. Wala hong quota. So, yun
walang minimum quantity.
So, yun yung nakagaan sa amin. Even yung diretso na ho kami sa Germany o sa Slovenia, wala hong ni-required. Pwede kami bumili ng 1, 2, through airplane kami, air freight. So pag-order namin ng 1, 2, 5, pwede yung after 1 week andyan na. So hindi na ho namin inisip yung gastos kasi ang inisip namin sa ganda ng produkto, talaga ho namang sulit ho po yung client. At maraming natuwa yung mga malalaking establishment. Kami pa ho ang binibigyan ng regalo. Sa ganda po siguro ng aming serbisyo. Na di ho ba kabaligtaran, dapat tayo yung nagbebenta, tayo ang nagre-regalo. Kaya ho, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, Cebu, Davao, at napakalaki din hong bagay na dito sa Hila business ko ay naging katulong ko po yung 4 kong anak na tinuruan ko at the age of 16 years old. So yung isa kong anak nasa Davao, yung isa po nasa Cebu at 2 dito sa ano. At higit po sa lahat, sa aking may bahay na noon hanggang ngayon ay sinuportahan po ako siya yung sa importation, sa admin, at ako naman po ay sa marketing. At siya po talaga yung din yung may hawak ng malalaking account. At ang maganda po nito, sir, for example, bumili kayo, pag tawag nyo sa after sales, lahat po ng customer sa Pilipinas, yung misis ko po ang sumasagot. So imagine niyo po yun, hanggang ngayon, kami po ay hands-on.
One of the major insights in this episode is that entrepreneurs can really look for the best products that are out in the market. You don't have to satisfy yourself with the existing products that you are promoting or you're selling. You should be in the lookout for other competitors as well, other product lines, superior product lines that have the best features in the market, and that is what you have to offer the market. Or you can create your own superior brand based on the needs of the market. But my follow-up question there, John, before I go to Ms. Nympha, is you were very young at that time. So are you saying that, somehow this product line or Hila Philippines in general can be sold by anyone regardless of age? Siguro sabihin naman natin after graduation, or kaya minsan uso na ngayon sa mga millennials, sa mga Gen Zs na kahit nag-aaral pa lang, sige, kaya na yan, nagpe-freelance na yan. Ano yung age requirement mo? And kaya ba yan ng mga kabataan sa ngayon? Baka naman iilan lang ang may ganyang katangian na katulad mo, John.
Dahil ito po sa aking karanasan at nasubukan ko na rin po ito sa aking mga kamag-anak, sa aking mga kaeskwela, kaibigan, kakilala, lalo na itong trabaho, negosyo para sa mga high school graduate, yung sabi ko nga, sa mga college level, o yung naghahanap ng kakaiba. No? So, yung libreng training, yung training po, doon mag-uumpisa sa lahat. Kung una, paano mamumulde ang tao, kung paano manamit, paano magsalita. So, ito is a training na hindi lang product, kung paano siya humawak ng pera, makikipagkapwa. Lahat ng experience ko po, yun po yung aking ituturo sa kanila, yung aking karanasan. Nagpapa-unlock nga ako na subukan nila. No, libre naman yung training Ang kailangan lang ang puhunan nila, imagine yung oras panahon, at yung pakikinig. Ito, may experience sila at meron na akong mga taong natulungan. Kaya lang inuna ko yung mga kamag-anak ko, kaibigan. Ito para na sa lahat ng mga tao sa buong Pilipinas na kaya po, lalo na ngayon, papasok tayo doon sa social media. No, gumagawa kami ng platform na kahit po sa cellphone, nasa malayo silang lugar, pwede na nilang mabenta yung Hila Air and Room Cleaning System through phone. Kasi inallowed na po. Kasi before, sir, bawal sa international. So ngayon, this is the time na pwede na kahit sino, yung mga nanay, even yung mga nasa bahay lang na walang ginagawa ngayon kundi cellphone. So ito na yung panahon na itong product ng dekalidad ay pwede na maitulong natin sa mga gustong kumita kahit nasa kaliblibang lugar.
Kasuluk-sulukan.
Kasuluk-sulukan.
Basta may internet siguro.
Basta may cellphone, may internet. Tama po.
Okay. You mentioned earlier, there had been Filipinos who were given the opportunity to sell the products, but unfortunately, they didn't have sales output. But in your case, you had 2 to 3 months or 1 month, and you already produced sales output. What was your secret?
Una, kulang sila sa karanasan. Number one, hindi sila nag-training. Hindi sila dumaan doon sa pagdedemo. Hindi sila dumaan doon sa aktual na kung paano gawain yung isang gawaing pambahay at paano ba maglinis ng sasakyan? Paano ba maglinis ng ating kama? Hindi naman nila natutunan kung paano yung maglinis ng aircon. Kasi yung isang mayaman, hindi naman po nila gagawin yun. Dahil ang Filipino culture po, ay hindi luluhod yan kung may pera tayo. Sa pagdedemo po. Diba? Kailangan
so ikaw talagang the very basics of it. Diba?
So kailangan talaga yung movement. Parang sa industriya na ginagalawan ko, para tayong artista. Dito yung lahat ng klase ng
roles
ay kailangan yung
gampanan mo lahat.
Sa ganitong industriya. Kaya ito po, kailangan po nung training talaga. Natutuwa talaga ako nung, sabi ko nga, itong Open for Business, pamagitan ni Sir Cesar Vallejos. Nabigyan kami ng pagkakataon sa ganitong paglalahad kung paano pa natin mas maibabahagi. Bagamat mahirap po yung aming hanap buhay, pero lahat naman po yung mahirap. Pero ang kailangan lang po natin, yung magtiyaga tayo, magsikap tayo. Huwag tayong umasa na isang pagtulog natin na 1 buwan, 2 buwan, 3 buwan, yayaman kagad tayo. Meron naman po, sir, talagang paraan. So ang kailangan lang natin, i-guide natin yung ating mga anak na sa murang kaisipan nila na ang pagninegosyo ang susi ng ating tagumpay para magkaroon po tayo ng pera, sasakyan, bahay, yung travel. sa Hila po, mararanasan nila yan at marami na po akong natulungan sa ganitong industriya. So ang kailangan lang po ay yung sabi nga, huwag silang aayaw, huwag silang kakalas. Sabi nga, di ba, ang umaayaw ay di nagwawagi. Kasi karamihan po sa Pilipino, madali hong magsawa. Gusto yung lipat ng lipat. So,
lalo na ang mga Gen Zs daw ngayon. So parang sa kanila, experience lang.
Ang sa akin lang, subukan nila at least sa 1 year. Try lang nila yung 1 year po na magtuloy-tuloy sila sa Hila. Yung matutunan na lang, sir, nila dito na experience at kahit anong business ang pasukin nila po, pwede. Once na sa Hila sila na training.
Wow, lovely. But Miss Nympha, ano yung experience mo na kahit yung mga anak mo ay involved sa ganitong produkto? Maaring, halimbawa kasi sa technology ngayon, may mga panahon kasi na inaaral pa natin yung internet, parang ganun. And ngayon, we're going towards social media, digital marketing. So somehow, katulad natin, medyo may pagka-traditional pa rin tayo ng konti, di ba? Kasi gusto namin, ayaw namin ng ayaw naman ng ganyan, parang gusto namin na i-demonstrate namin. Hindi pwedeng online lang. What is the role now of this bond of the family in your business processes?
Kami talaga ay nagsimula. Sabi nga mag-boyfriend, girlfriend, 18 years old sa probinsya namin. And then, iba po talaga yung industry ko, sa totoo.
Which was your industry?
Ako po talaga is sa medical. Ako po ay ng radiology in profession. Kaya lang, nung naasawa ko siya, nag-partner kami, so sinama niya ako doon.
Which is very interesting kasi kayo naman ang sinabi niyo bukid. So, do you know how to farm?
Diyan talaga siya lumaki.
So ito, maraming sugat.
So nag-farm kayo. Ano ito? Palay?
Palay.
Nyug, saging, lahat ng klase. Kalamansi, kape.
I see. So talagang masasabi natin, you belong to the farming sector. Okay. Tapos kayo naman, radiology.
Kasi talagang parehong namin, probinsya namin. And then mag-classmate din kami ng high school. Diba nag-aral kami na...
What province is this po?
Oriental Mindoro.
Oriental Mindoro.
So nagkataon na, alam nyo na, during that 80s, hindi yung mga walang text-text yan. So naghiwalay kami nung nag-college na ako. Siya, hindi ko alam kung nag-college, yung pala hindi rin at nag-vocational. So talagang meant to be kami. Kasi yun ang ko, dahil gagraduate ako noon, bigla ko siyang nakita. So doon nagsimula.
Saan niya nakita?
Doon
sa
school
mo?
Hindi po, ang tawag dito, sa school.
Okay.
So yung
hindi ka naman hinanap?
Hindi yata, hindi ko alam. So gano'n.
So naspatan mo?
Tapos nakita ko siya, yun, nagde-demo-demo siya doon sa unang-unang hanap buhay niya. So sumama lang ako ng sumama.
Pero related na sa business yung dinidemo niya o iba pa?
Hindi sa Hila, pero same.
Same industry.
Same industry. Doon siya kumikita. So ang ginawa ko sa kanya, kasi siyempre, ibang industry ko, mahiyain ako. Siya yung talagang eager na eager. Sobrang talagang na siya Alam niya ako. Lang, assistant niya dati. So nakita ko, yung ginagawa mo, kaya ko rin. So nagsimula akong magtawag-tawag ng kliyente. And then, natuto na rin ako mag-demo. So, that time, nagtulong na kami. Almost 7 years kami nagtulong sa dati niyang hanap buhay. And then, 2008, so doon namin na-meet yung Highland. And then, pagdating sa sinasabi niyo na yung innovation, talagang sa totoo lang po, hirap na hirap kami. Dahil, unang-una, wala akong idea tungkol sa mga internet. At ako, hirap na hirap talaga sa ngayon. Kaya, sabi nga nung anak ko, siguro mga 9 years old sila, high school, marunong na makipag-usap, sinama na namin talaga sila from the very start. Sinama na namin na anak, sige, kung ano yung ginagawa ni mama, ganun muna sa start. And then yung isa ko namang mapaglalaki, si Papa ang kasama. So habang nag-aaral sila, katulong namin sila. So, nung sila lumalaki, nag-aaral na ng college, yung pa rin yung ginagawa nila. Kaya from the start talaga, nag-guide namin na sila. And then sinabi niya sa amin na, yung ginagawa nyo, traditional, iba na ngayon. So sila yung nagturo sa amin kung paano na yung makailangan natin sa social media. Makailangan na namin sa ganyan. So doon kami sumunod sa kanila, dahan-dahan. Kasi nga kami medyo may katigasan pa rin ng ulo dahil yun ang alam namin. But this time, traditional lagi tayo. So hanggang ngayon, kaya nga, Actually, parang last year lang o this year lang kami nag-ano ng mga social media na yan. Dahil nga...
So in short, nakumbinsi ka na rin.
Nakumbinsi
ganun
na
talaga.
rin,
Kasi yung matriarchal, ganun tayo eh.
Ganun po.
Kapag parang wala nung una, isasantabi mo
ayan.
pa.
So talagang kami ay nainganyo na rin. And then ngayon, syempre, malalaki na sila. So nagkaroon na, nag-guide na namin eh. So sabi nila, okay, ma, dito ako sa Cebu, ako dito sa Davao. So kayo dyan sa Manila, kasi nga lagi kami narito.
So are they full-time in business?
Yes.
Wow.
Actually,
so
yung anak
what were their courses? They graduated from college already?
Yung isa ko kasi, panganay ko, physical therapist.
PT.
Narito din sa amin. Kasi sa halip na pumunta ng Amerika, kasi yun ang maganda daw doon ng PT, gano'n. So
Tsaka
sabi niya,
yun.
Gadolyar. So hindi siya na ano doon, dahil doon, isipin niya na isang buwan, pagpaligay na kalahating milyon o 300,000 a month, ay dito sa amin sa Hila, wala kang boss. Yung kikitain mo, ganun pa rin, magkasama pa sila.
Tama.
And then yung padalawa ko is, yun, civil engineer. Siya yung nasa Davao ko. Tapos yung pangatlo ko, yun yung architect ko, which is, siya din talaga nagsimula habang siya nag-aaral, nag-aahente siya. So marami kaming naging kliyente na mga ka-eskwela niya o mother ng classmate niya.
Ngayon, dun sa business model ninyo, Sir John, parang when you teach, when you share your experience, that also the focus na parang sinasabi mo ay kahit na nagkolehiyo ka, kahit na wala kang degree, and then this could be a family business kasi kumbaga parang any member of the family can contribute. Ganun ba? Ano yung laman ng pinaka-module ng training mo?
Una, kahit hindi tayo makabenta, kikita tayo sa Hila. So, di ho ba yung Hila?
Okay, let's repeat that. Kahit hindi tayo makabenta, kikita tayo sa Hila. Paano ka kikita na wala kang benta?
Na pwede yung kikitain pong ito ay mas malaki pa doon sa isang buwan natin sa minimum, na sarili mo pa yung boss mo. So ito po yung tinatawag naming step 1. Kasi po si Hila ay dapat pong ipakita, i-promote, i-demo. So every demo, so meron po kaming binabayad na 3 to 350 pesos per demo. Basta ipakita nyo lang yung machine, i-advertise mo, kay bumili yan o hindi, okay, so meron kang 300 to 350. So now you can do the demo at least 30 to 45 minutes. Eh kung masipag ka, isa sa umaga, isa sa hapon, isa sa gabi, so pwede kang kumita ng almost 1,000. No, ang ginagawa nyo lang po is to advertise yung product, pre-testing, pre-trial, dun ho sa mga qualified clients natin.
And that's step 1,
Yeah.
That's level 1. And that, I think probably that's the easiest. Kasi kumbaga, all you have to do is you have friends, di ba? You go to your house friend, you set an appointment, you demo, and then you earn.
Saka maganda po nito, ihahatid kayo ng aming sasakyan,
Ibabalik.
susunduin kayo
So, di kotse
sa
ka pa
office.
ngayon.
So may driver ka, may sasakyan ka, may malamig kang office. So pag nakabenta, doon ho papasok yung incentives o yung commission. So we have 3 ways to earn po eh. May incentives, daily incentives, meron hong mga promos, contests, and yung commission, yung reward. So yun po yung traditional. Yun naman pong ipasok natin dun sa napapanahon ngayon, eh dun ho papasok yung through online. Kahit nasaan kayong kasuluk-sulukan, pwede na rin ho kayong sumali. Basta mag-register lang po tayo para ma-credit at ma-recognize po. Kasi ipapadala namin sa Hila International yan eh. Lahat ho nang sumasali, hindi ho siya yung local. Magkakaroon naman po tayo dun ng commission and incentives. So through sa online naman po natin tuturuan. So meron po kaming mga kasama na yun sila yung nakakaalam. So nag-hire po tayo dahil sabi nga ninyo ayaw ko hong magaling-galingan dahil talagang ako ay yun na yung kumbaga
yun yung core competence ninyo. So kumbaga kailangan kumuha din tayo ng again, that's another learning. If it's not really your core competence, you hire someone who has that core competence.
So through social media, si Hila po ay mas maipapakilala. Kasi katulad po nung gusto natin yung after sales, magpapaturo, gagamit, bibili, di doon na lang ho titingnan sa isang platform na yon na lahat ng gusto nila na malaman sa Hila na through social media, di nandun po. At yung gusto naman hong to see is to believe na mga member natin,
Tayo na
mga
yan.
40 plus, 50 plus, ay di old style ho, de-demo, isasample, ipapahiram, lilinisin ang buong bahay para lang masubukan na, effective yan.
Correct. Similar po to multi-level marketing or direct selling companies, di ba? They have their own business models. Kasi doon sa nasasabi niyo po ng business model sa akin, di ba, in some of the multinationals, they have some sort of a standard. Parang, are you allowed here in the Philippines to somehow generate your own business model or business procedure?
Yung binigay sa amin ng international kasi as importer, meron kaming standard na kung saan pwede lang i-adjust siya. Katulad ngayon, paano ho gagawin, meron na hong social media. So before, talagang sabi nga is yung A to say, ito lang yung gawin mo eh. So ngayon, nagkaroon na ng mga adjustment. So nagkaroon kami ng 2 klase ng invitation sa mga gustong sumali. Una, yung merong wala talagang puhunan. At yung isa naman ay merong puhunan. No? Na yung iba nagmamadali. So yun ho yung binibigay nating option sa mga gustong mag-join sa amin at gustong subukan yung aming hanap buhay. Kasi ang maganda ho dito, kahit wala nga ho tayong puhunan, magkakaroon po tayo ng sariling business. Pwede silang magtayo, pumili ng machine, at in the future, magtayo sila ng sariling kumpanya, magtayo ng cleaning services, doon sa mga lugar-lugar nila, at pwede rin sa direct selling, mag-sales and services po yung pwede nilang gawin.
It is clear now that this is not just a purifying device, this is not a cleaning device, but it's an income opportunity for all our kababayans. At siguro hindi lang nga kababayan natin dito sa Pilipinas, kundi mga kabayan natin saan man sila naroroon sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo. But ano ba ang mga maipapayo mo rin doon sa mga maliliit na negosyo o kaya naghahanap ng negosyo? Bakit magandang halimbawa ang Hila Philippines para una, makapagtayo sila ng negosyo or umunlad ang buhay nila?
Dito po sa Pilipinas, sa totoo lang, karamihan po kulang sa puhunan. So dito po sa Hila, pwede lang po kayong mag-start. Una, mag-training muna, lalo na sa mga kababaihan at mga OFW. Marami kayong matututunan, hindi lang dito po sa Hila. Pwede din po nyo mag-embase kung paano magsimula ng hanap buhay. So kaunti lang hong tiyaga, at matututunan din po ninyo kasi mas maganda po yung nakuha natin yung hanap buhay na ito sa dahan-dahan at pinagtitiyagaan kaysa dun sa mabilis na madaling mawala.
Napakaganda ng produkto. You're saying this is the best and then this is so far a superior product over the others. Pero ang tanong, baka naman mahal, baka naman hindi ma-afford ng mga karaniwang Pilipino.
Very affordable po siya. Bakit kamo? Kasi ito pong Hila, marami pong mga gadgets or mga things na mapapalitan. Sa atin, sa bahay o sa opisina, karamihan gustong maging malinis eh. Sa air, sa ating kapaligiran, sa ating nilalanghap araw-araw. Dito sa Hila, kompleto. Sa air na we breathe, and sa bahay nating tinitirahan o sa opisina nating ginagalawan. So, doon po makukuha ninyo yung katipiran. Kasi yung iba bumibili ng kung ano-anong gamit sa panglinis. May air purifier, may mga vacuum cleaner. Lahat na lang binili para lang makope. Kasi tayong mga Pilipino talaga ay talagang in vain pagdating sa kalinisan. Pero dito sa Hila, all in one.
At saka in the long term, it's more cost efficient.
Yes. In the long term, hindi lang po ito 1 taon, 2 taon, 5 taon. So kaya nga po yung aming after-sales customer service, minimum of 10 years to lifetime. Kasi sabi nga po, ito pong Hila may forever.
Napakadali lang naman pong malaman yung Hila. So makikita po natin sa Facebook, no, yung Hila Philippines. Nandiyan lang po kami sa Timog. Pasya lang po tayo doon o pwede po tayong makipag-appointment. At kami po ay narito, handang tulungan kayo, libre, wala hong registration to. So ang kailangan lang po namin, sabi ko nga po, subukan muna ho natin, mag-training, mag-aral, at yung matututunan nyo dito, hindi lang po para doon sa aming produkto, kundi miski ano pong hanap buhay. sinasabi ko po sa inyo, napakalaki pong may tutulong ng aming pagtuturo sa ganitong larangan ng paghahanap buhay. Sales, sa business, anumang negosyo, ay madali po nating ma-handle kapag tayo po ay na training o natuto kay Hila. How to get clients, how to set appointments, how to do demonstration, how to close the sales. Lahat po ay maituturo namin sa pananamit, pagsasalita, yung pagkilos at pakikipagkapwa.
This has been a very clean conversation, and I haven't really talked about the research that we did, but this one is worth reading. In the Philippines, the revenue generated in the household cleaners products used for cleaning, including solutions and tools market, is projected to reach $0.69 billion in 2024. So talagang ang industriyang ito ay papalaki pa. At in terms of per capita revenue in 2024, ngayong taon na to, each person in the Philippines contributes $5.77 to the household cleaners market. So sa lahat ng mga magtatayo ng negosyo tungkol dito sa industriyang ito ay tiyak na maganda at positibo ang outlook natin. So that has been a very inspiring conversation. I hope that both John and Nympha will come again, or they can guest in other shows of Net25 so that they can share more information about Hila Philippines. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Our buzzword of the week is HEPA, or High Efficiency Particulate Air. It is a type of air filter that can theoretically remove at least 99.97% of dust, pollen, mold, bacteria, and any airborne particles with a size of 0.03 microns. As we've explored today, the journey to a healthier living space is paved with innovation and technology that cleans the very air we breathe and the surfaces we touch. By integrating advanced air purification systems and efficient ground cleaning solutions, we are not only enhancing our homes, but also improving our well-being. Cleaner air means healthier lungs, fewer allergies, and a more vibrant lifestyle. Cleaner floors reduce the spread of germs, allergens, and pollutants. Together, they create an environment that nurtures our health and elevates our daily lives. At the end of the day, investing in these dual-action cleaning systems is not just about maintaining cleanliness, it's about fostering a healthier lifestyle for you and your loved ones. So, breathe easy, live better, and embrace the transformative power of clean air and surfaces in your home. We hope that this inspired you to take steps towards a cleaner, healthier future and spark an idea for your next business. And with that, our quote of the week is from Marie Kondo, a Japanese professional organizer and consultant. She said, "The objective of cleaning is not just to clean, but to feel happiness living within that environment." Thank you, John and Nympha. Maraming salamat sa inyo. At maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguruduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. How do you combine profitability and purpose? In this week's episode, we dive into the world of virtual restaurants that not only deliver delicious meals, but also embrace sustainability as part of its core mission. Join us as we explore the recipe for success as we speak with Mr. Roel Del Fierro, the President and CEO of Purpose Foods Asia.
I'm Jamie Harrell bringing you business news and information here on Open for Business. Plane ticket prices to ease in October for travelers for the upcoming holiday breaks are in for a treat from October as the Civil Aeronautics Board, also known as the CAB, ordered airlines to cut fuel surcharge rates to their lowest this year. Currently, the airlines pass a fuel surcharge of level 5 onto consumers, and they are ordered to bring it down to level 4 this October, according to an advisory from the CAB. On level 4, airlines can only add a fuel surcharge within the range of 117 pesos to 342 pesos for domestic flights and from 385.70 pesos to 2,867.82 pesos for international flights. The CAB also pegged the currency exchange rates for bookings made in other currencies to 56.67 pesos to $1. Meanwhile, budget carrier Cebu Pacific has received the 11th of its 18 orders of the Airbus A320 new engine option, also known as A320neo, for 2024. According to the airline's chief executive, the new aircraft delivery is expected to support the upcoming route launches in October, including Davao to Puerto Princesa and Hong Kong. And still on travel news, inbound tourism target remains at 7.7 million for end 2024. The country remains optimistic about hitting the 7.7 million visitor arrival target towards the end of this year despite a weak influx of tourists from China, according to the Department of Tourism during the Travel Sale Exposition. Ivanovich Dmitry Tanagot, the DOT's National Capital Region Supervising Tourism Operations Officer, added the DOT is tapping other ASEAN countries, India, and Eastern European markets to make up for the lower arrival of tourists from China. To date, the visitor arrivals reached 4.15 million, equivalent to 53.8% of the total target this year. OFW remittances higher by 3.2% in July. Remittances from overseas Filipino workers reached $3.43 billion in July, up by 3.2% over the same period last year and the highest recorded in 2024, according to the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas early this week. The bulk of the cash remittances came from the United States, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. The majority of the dollar inflow came from land-based OFWs with minimum one-year contracts and sea-based workers with less than one-year contracts. Federal Reserve cuts interest rate by half point. The U.S. Federal Reserve cut its benchmark interest rate by half point, the largest cut in more than 4 years, in a bid to bolster employment, according to Wire reports. Key rate is roughly 4.8%, down from the high of 5.3%, and should be able to help curb inflation. The Fed's rate cut move is seen to help lessen borrowing costs on auto loans and credit cards and boost the overall financial capability of Americans. And that's the business roundup for this week. I'm Jamie Harrell for Open for Business.
There is a Japanese concept called ikigai, which means reason for being. It contains 4 principles: what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. When these 4 intersect, there is where you find your ikigai, or reason for being. The time when you find fulfillment in work and in life. In our episode today, we will speak with Purpose Food Asia, owner of brands Master Gao and Kobe Bayan, a cloud kitchen business that is more than just the food it cooks. It is a force for good. Joining us to talk about their ikigai and overall business success in the virtual restaurant space is Purpose Food Asia's President and CEO, Roel Del Fiero. Welcome to Open for Business, Roel.
And good evening, and thank you for having me.
The concept that I just mentioned earlier is something that's interesting, that provides this concept of purpose and this concept of profitability. I also mentioned things about, I think, virtual restaurant and cloud kitchen. Pero off-cam, we were talking na about cloud kitchen.
Correct.
So, can you give us the difference between cloud kitchen and virtual restaurants?
Okay, I think simply put, cloud kitchen is really a business where you put up a big kitchen and you rent it out to different brands. No? So they leverage the infrastructure that has been built instead of building their own. So for example, these are being used by popular brands when they're, for example, let's say, wanting to penetrate a new area. They want to test first if that area is any good for them, is a fit for their business. They can actually rent a space within a cloud kitchen operation and then therefore save on their capital expenses first before they actually build their own restaurant.
Okay, so in short, cloud kitchen, as you initially discussed, it's a new business model, or not necessarily new business model, where would-be entrepreneurs can save on costs.
Correct. So, as an example is that if you are trying to put up a restaurant business, instead na mag-spend ka for the capital expenses of actually putting up a kitchen, no, on your own, you can actually save a lot of money by first renting a space at a cloud kitchen and then see if that works for you. And if it works, then you can start the big investment. No? They could be established brands or they could be new brands. Kasi yung mga established brands, what they also do is let's say, if they're entering a new market, they don't want to spend that big capital first. So they could actually test it first. So they do their food in the cloud kitchen first, and then before they actually establish their own stores. Or if you're an entrepreneur, you're building your brand, you can focus your capital on actually building the brand, marketing, etc. Wag muna doon sa capital expense na kailangan.
Normally, ano ba yung matitipid doon? How much percentage
It's big, no? So, a big restaurant, for example, they will spend like, 10 to 15 million for capital expenses? Kasi mag-rent ka ng space, normally long-term yan. Ayusin mo, di ba? Ito, gawa na yung kitchens. Meron ka lang space, and then you do all your food there. Yeah, do you prepare? You can even start on a delivery lang. Ibig sabihin, you can put your delivery-only services in the cloud kitchen and not in your main restaurant. So, if meron akong branch sa Quezon City, gusto kong itry, let's say, sa Manila, and then sa Manila, ayoko muna maggumawa ng restaurant na malaki, test ko muna ng cloud kitchen. So, delivery muna. Titingnan ko muna kung yung area na yon may market for my food. Pag na-test ko na, siguro pwede na ako mag-commit.
When you mentioned, like, say, if you will build your own kitchen, the infrastructure and other expenses would be about 15, 17, ganyan. Pero when you avail of the services of a cloud kitchen, kahit standard figure lang.
So you could probably allot like 1 or 2 million pesos. You're already able to test if your business will work in that area.
Okay, so it's like a test
market. No long-term commitment. Diba? Kasi that's really their purpose.
I see.
Or, kung gusto mo lang talaga, satellite kitchen lang, let's say meron ako, I really run brick and mortar restaurants, pero let's say sa Marikina, hindi ako makakatayo ng restaurant doon, pero gusto ko magtayo lang ng delivery only So mag-cloud kitchen na lang ako. Then I will just rent facilities of a cloud kitchen rather than putting up a restaurant that will cost me a
I
lot
see.
of money.
In the market ba, Roel, marami ng ganito? And how different is the cloud kitchen that you have?
Salamat for asking for the differentiation. No? So to your first question, yes, there's a couple of big players, well-funded players who are doing this. No? And therefore, they provide spaces for other brands. The difference between a virtual restaurant like us, and I sort of name it differently, kasi kami, we operate delivery-only restaurant services. So wala kaming dine-in. Yung restaurants namin, talagang kitchen lang. No, so talagang nakaka-order ka lang via our website, then you have the food delivered. So ang difference lang namin sa kanila, we don't actually have our spaces rented to other brands. We are mainly focused on growing and building and growing our own brand. Pero wala kaming dine-in. So pareho kami, normally ang cloud kitchen wala ding dine-in. Ang virtual restaurants wala ding dine-in.
Why did you, Roel, design, that kind of business model? Why probably you can call it an innovation?
Yes. So it started with, during the pandemic, there was an eatery run by my brother, which is actually Master Gao and Kobe Bayan, that was getting threatened for closing because of the pandemic. So his purpose was, hey, kawawa naman yung mga tao kung mawawalan sila ng work. So they had like 10 people. And then we started with that, and then I told him if we could innovate. Like I knew about cloud kitchens already, and then I've seen a lot of operators na puro delivery lang. So I said, why don't we try it? But then we wanted to design it in an industrial scale, no? Yung kaya namin mag-grow not just from, 2 remote restaurants into like really making it into a chain. The first thing was really business. Like we're thinking, hey, there's an opportunity to do this. The second was for me, your intro on Ikigai. I think I was at the stage that I was also looking at how do we make better impact in the environment. And I think that was really triggered by the pandemic. You're rethinking purpose, like how can you sustainably impact the environment and the people around you. So we started innovating our business model across those two. We have to make money at the same time actually make an impact. Kaya kayang tawag namin sa amin for profit and for progress. The idea was that how can we build a business model wherein even if we just think about growing the profit, automatically because of the business model design, nag-grow yung impact mo. And we built our values on purpose foods around that. Na parang, okay, let's select anong gusto nating i-impact. And for F&B sector, ang main impact na gagawa mo is mainly really to the people that work for you.
I'm just curious on the behavior now of the market. You mentioned about, this business model that really happened during the pandemic. Logistics, deliveries, you're there, and it has been sustained. As a matter of fact, even it soared, even the big brands are doing that. But don't you see also that people are going back to
the normal,
mall.
no? They want,
Parang we're going back to the pre-pandemic levels, diba, in a lot of things.
Correct.
But as I see it, and as I experience it, because syempre, in our family also, diba, parang instead of going out, okay, let's order, di ba? That's already part of our lifestyle. But how do you describe now the behavior of the consumers? Na may nababalanse ba yun?
Correct.
So,
it's a great question actually. It was a question that we had to parang assess whether we will continue to invest kasi baka build ng virtual restaurants. Yun pala, the behavior will be they're gonna go back to the malls and so on and so forth. No? I think there were a few things that really encouraged us to keep on moving forward. So number one, we decided na we were gonna target mainly the comfort food sector. So unang-una hindi kami fast food, like real hot food yung sinaserve namin. Comfort food, so yung mga generally Filipinos love food, gusto nila rice-based meals and so on and so forth. No? Kailangan mainit. Ang first na ginawa namin, we will target a broad market and see. Second is, I think there's been a change in the way people work because of the pandemic. So maybe half of the population are actually now working from home, particularly in Metro Manila. Everyone's hybrid, and when you're actually working hybrid, you don't actually cook anymore. Lalo na, diba? We had a hypothesis that it was gonna continue, but we weren't sure, right? So in fact, we only built most of our restaurants siguro after mid-2022, nung nag-relax na, we were looking at, is the trend gonna continue? And then thankfully, based on our numbers, it has actually grown quite significantly. So mukhang lumalaki yung market. Tsaka nasa-sustain. We also suspect, because of the demographics of the Filipinos, the median age is only 26 years old. So the workforce are actually young.
Younger na, yeah.
Younger, they want to be independent, they live in the city. So mga ano yan, couples, hindi ito yung type na mas matipid magluto. Bibili ka ng ingredients, mabubulok, and then you wash afterwards. So again, all these hypotheses will only be worthwhile to really see in action. And our numbers basically show that, yeah, this is sustainable. And actually, research has shown that virtual kitchens is going to be the fastest growing segment in the food service arena. No? So parang mas mabilis siya mag-grow kaysa sa putting up physical restaurants, for example. So the ordering of food is going to just grow faster in terms
Is
of
that
volume.
a global trend, or do you observe that here in the Philippines now?
They have a survey country by country. It's been pretty much consistent in Southeast Asia, so I'm like focusing on that. But I think Philippines, nga, because of its demographics, is very different in that way. And remember, we also have a 24/7 economy because of the BPOs. So you don't have this data, but 46% of our sales happen after 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
So yung mga graveyard shift yan. Wow,
Kasi
interesting.
ang options mo lang pag binuksan mo yung app mo, puro ano yan, halos lahat fast food. Yung nagbubukas ng 24 hours. So yung mga actual hot food restaurants, halos lahat sila sarado
Closed
na by that time.
yeah.
So we're getting that market because all of our kitchens are 24/7 as well.
I see.
We call it real hot food, no? So it will arrive to you definitely freshly cooked. It's very hot. It's not your usual burger, pizza, fries, not the Western fast food. And that's been the gap that we are filling in the market. Like, how do you give better options to Filipinos, no? So there are options during regular hours, madami kayo nagsaserve, then it's a question of price point and quality and all that. After hours, the choices become fewer. Part of our thesis was that there's this demand that's unmet, right? And therefore, how do we reach them? So we started experimenting on that. And therefore, we became a 24/7 outfit, which also helps us kasi sabihin konti ang competition. Mahirap magpatakbo ng 24/7 na ano. So we had to innovate our business model as well to be able to still do that and meet our cost. Kailangan kumikita pa rin kami despite the fact. So and we did all of that. So meron kaming mga secret sauce na how we're able to do this. And I can share some of those.
That's very interesting, Ruel, because you're very laser focused on identifying key opportunities or demands or needs that are unmet, di ba? But there is also a factor of location yan, di ba? Location, like say you mentioned earlier, you're focusing on the younger market, you're focusing on BPOs as well. These are in key urban centers.
Correct.
So in your case, in your study, you have right now, I think, I know, maybe if you can discuss the many branches that you have and then your 24/7. Are there specific target or key areas where you really want this to grow?
Yeah, you're right. So maybe I'll give you why our business model works. No? So obviously, if you're in the food sector, ang ano mo dyan, quality, price, and the balance of that. No? So hygiene na yan. For sure, pag hindi maganda yung quality ng food mo, hindi na sila uulit. Pag yung price mo hindi din tama, hindi na rin sila bibili kasi sobrang daming options. That's not the real challenge. That's already parang if you can't do those two, don't even go into the food business, right? But it's really how do you consistently provide and reliably provide that service. And then the other challenge is, yes, kaya ko yan i-provide pag isang restaurant lang ako, nababantayan ko, but how do you scale it? Ito na yung, paano ko mapapadami, no? Na mapoprovide ko yan kahit magtayo ako ng 50 restaurants. Nagagawa ito ng mga malalaking outfits like, the big fast foods. Slightly a little bit more difficult if you're like an SME, 'di ba? Capital is limited. So for us, we really rely on people. For them to be well trained. And sa F&B, medyo mahirap kasi ang F&B mataas ang turnover ng mga tao. So ang isa sa mga namin is how do you make sure you are able to retain people? If you cook Filipino food, mahirap siyang gawing station by station. Kasi kailangan mo ng malaking operations. Hindi naman kami ganon. So kailangan yung magaling ang pagka-train ng mga tao namin, and we should aim on ensuring that we attract and retain them. So the hard part is how do you retain these people? Diba? Tinrain mo ng 3 months tapos mawawala ka agad. So isa yon sa part of our mission, as we said, no, na parang we go after the marginalized sector. In fact, wala kaming criteria na kailangan educated ka, kailangan may background ka in cooking before you join us. You just need to be masinop and willing to learn. So we don't even care about educational background and all that. They can join us. We will train them. We will even house them. While they're on training, they get paid. If they pass the training, they have a job. Wala kaming concept ng contractual. All of our staff have a path towards regularization. Over 130 of our staff, siguro mga regular na dyan, over 100 at this point. And because of that, so they also live with us mostly. We subsidize their food, right? So which caters to, again, our 24/7 nature. So kaya namin gawin yon. So therefore, our staff stays longer. Because yung net pay na nila actually is likely mga 20 to 25% higher. Kasi wala na silang problema sa food, sa kuryente, sa tubig, etc. Diba? So they can do that if they work with us. So our attrition has been very low. So yun yung isa sa secret na kung gusto mo sustain yung quality ng food mo, alagaan mo yung mga tao mo. Pag nalagaan mo yung mga tao mo, then you have a consistent quality. In fact, our ratings for our stores is 4.7 on average across all our stores. 4.7 out of 5. That's very rare.
What is very interesting there is there's only a few talaga who do this, and some are just lip service.
Correct,
In your
correct.
case, I can sense that, from the get-go, from the start, parang you studied how to create, as you mentioned, both profit and progress.
Yeah.
But what is your inspiration there?
This is so linked to, my values as well. And I think as I got older, and then there are different ways of paying back. Right? I'm really more of a business person. That's really where my strength is. I can scale businesses, I can manage them. But what has been lacking when I decided to pivot to, do only things that also impact the society and the environment in general, I thought of it that the best way is to leverage on my own strengths. So I can build businesses, but if the businesses are really just profit-centered, then, iba siyempre yung values, no? So I really had to take a look at how do I innovate the business model such that even if I push for high profitability, that automatically nag-i-impact na siya. Food is a traditional business model. A restaurant is a traditional business model. You go into, anything, you can redesign it if you have the right values. So for me, the inspiration has been that na parang ayoko magtayo ng social enterprise, kasi karamihan ng mga social enterprise nalulugi. So, kumukuha sila ng mga grants. So, hindi naman lahat. May mga very successful, but very rare. They are run by really good people, good intent, but they're not doing very well as a business perspective. I know that I can make a business successful, but how do I make sure that as my business grows, my impact grows? Automatically, I don't even have to think about the impact. Diba? Ang focus ko is to grow the business, which is, in our case, if we are able to grow this business to say $1 billion in sales, like to 1,000 people, I know that I'll be able to impact 1,000 people, right? Who were ordinarily, they would have not been able to access even a minimum wage job kasi yung marginalized sector na tina-target namin. Ganun hirap sila to even qualify for a minimum wage job, much less a permanent job, a regular job. So how do we help them? And then we really found that we've found a treasure around that. They're more loyal, they're more caring, they really appreciate, the help that they're getting, they appreciate the company, they're more hardworking, right? And as we grow our business, that will be the values that, we will have, like, we will inspire more of that. And I think the other difference is that my background is not food. I can scale business, I will take a look at it differently. So when I went to food, iba yung tingin ko, hindi traditional. So ang question ko, pag in-advise ako, why are you doing that? So, why not? It makes sense. I'll give you an example. Like, our setup, wala kaming branch managers. Typically, you run a store, may branch manager ka, di ba? So we don't do that. To save on cost, we centralize the management, we use a lot of data, so we're very, very data-enabled. Real-time, namomonitor namin lahat ng sales namin on a real-time basis. Sobrang konti lang ang out-of-stock namin because of that. Because immediately we get informed when something is running out, we get delivery from the commissary. That's how we can provide reliable service to our customers. And then, eventually, that feedback loop is the one that really makes us achieve the 4.7 rating. And based on our data, more than half of our existing orders are from returning customers. This is with very little advertising, right? So, alam mong nagbi-build up siya, binabalik din ng customer yung loyalty just because they are getting the best service to take, or best food, best value, whatever it is.
So the way I hear you now, and I think that's also the trend in what we see in various industries, what they call technopreneurs. Parang you apply technology in setting up a business, di ba? Because as you said, you're into innovation and technology. Marami na bang ganyan din sa food business?
The big ones are certainly doing that now. Yung data nila is real time and they're doing all of that. No? So, and I think everything is technology enabled. You will see later on that AI will play into a lot of these things, and it will enable a lot of things. And even for us, like if we could predict, for example, our inventory or even our customer service, that we could put technology behind that, I will probably be a first user. Madami ngayon because of the need to compete. Food margins kasi are thin. So you have to stay ahead of the game. The price points that people can afford is like this because of inflation. So all your costs and ingredients are going up. Something's gotta give, diba? So if you use technology to increase your productivity, it's really a requirement. So you see, like even the popular burger chains, diba? You order your food na through a screen, for example. So that means less staff, diba? You see a lot of these restaurants are also doing delivery na rin, basically leveraging on technology. Marami ka nang nakikita na multiple brands pero isang kitchen nagsusupport. So they're trying a lot of different technological advancements because it's already available.
But Roel, are you not worried about this competition? Kasi like say for example, okay, you're into the business of innovation, but sometimes as we see it, diba, it's easy for others. It's easy to copy the business model.
I think the market is big enough. There's no foolproof business unless you're like, it's a very high capital incentive business. For example, kung telco ka, you need gazillions of money to do that. So very, very few competition. But food will always have a lot of competition. You really have to stay ahead of your game all the time. And I think because we were born in the digital age, mas we're nimble. You know, in fact, we can decide very, very quickly.
Yeah, mas agile.
Super agile. So kami, we're data-led agility is what we call it. So as we receive information, you know, we gather all our feedback, for example, and we immediately make changes on our menu, on the mix. Let's say, oh, this is too salty. Tapos teka muna, validate natin yan. So madaming, so we can group all of that and make sure we change, we feedback into our commissary. So test namin, order kami, tas, and then we go, okay, reduce salt by 10%. So we can do so many things very, very quickly.
With all these apps, are this programmed by your staff? Are this proprietary?
No, so that's a good thing, no? So all of these are available to anyone.
Okay.
But you see, data is
Nice.
just as good as how you interpret it.
Yeah,
You use it, diba? Parang, what we do is we accumulate data on real time. We look at it. Basically, kung yung ibang restaurants, what they do is marami silang bantay dun sa restaurant nila and so on and so forth. Kami, centralized. We get the data because our customers feedback a lot.
Pero baka sabihin ng mga nanonood sa atin, Roel, magagawa ni Roel yan, IT expert siya eh. O, para kami Excel lang. So yun ba, kaya din gawin ng mga nanonood sa atin na
I can already tell you, we're still on Excel, right? So or, spreadsheet pa rin yan. Yung data lang, binabasa namin.
Okay.
So yung approach namin to it, diba? Parang all of these guys are giving you feedback. It's how you accumulate it and then read it. Yung management team namin, lahat kami naka-remote. So every one of us, there's only 5 core members of the team. Lahat kami to meeting and real time, may dashboards kami, ganyan. Every Monday, nire-report yung reviews, bad reviews, good reviews. We share that to our staff. We congratulate the ones who achieving really good appreciation from customers, and so on and so forth. So we've learned to do things a little bit differently, I think, than others, and therefore, if kami nakasimula kami ng ganito na hindi naman ako restaurateur, di ba? I think I would encourage, as you said, wala masyadong barriers for entry. What we're trying to build though, over time, is to build a trusted brand. Yun yung tinatawag nating moat na parang, pag galing sa purpose foods yan, maayos yan. So eventually, we're building Kobe Bayan as our Filipino comfort food. Master Gao is our Filipino-Chinese kitchen. Comfort food din yan na siniserve namin. We will launch a 3rd brand and so on. So eventually, we will be known for that. Reputation kasi is everything over time.
When I was younger, I memorized the 17 SDGs or the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And normally, these are key themes that are discussed by more of the conglomerates. But my question now is, parang here is Purpose Food Asia, talking about aligning itself to the 17 SDGs. So, ano yung inspiration mo dito? What specific goals? So, we know that there's 17. Sa 17, ano yung nagre-resonate sa'yo na goal and why did you choose that specific SDG?
So, not all businesses can serve the 17 goals. And I really don't focus on exactly telling people what the SDGs are because it's really, very technical. I mean, the reason why I know about it is because I studied it for my master's. I went into development. And that's where I actually saw that there's a very big gap between practice and theory. Like there are all these technicalities, measures of how you impact the environment, the community, the way people live, etc. What it lacks is how do you practice it, no? Kunyari, let's say, if I put up a restaurant, I can choose from the 17 where I feel, this business best impact. And it will really impact the people and the workers. So, nag-focus ako doon. So, parang, okay, ano ba to? Kailangan yung the dignity of work, yung equality, all of these stuff na. So, that's why we're very inclusive in our hiring. That's why it resulted to us saying, bakit hindi mo may irregular yan? Diba? Bakit pa 5 months lang? Bakit ka mag-agency? Ano yung ano? So, we changed all of that because of the values that we hold. Right? And we don't separate it because we actually think, and this is what we've tested with our business here. If you focus on making it better for, in this case, the people, they will pay you back. So, serving these values has actually become a competitive advantage for us. Hindi siya madaling gayahin. The fact that the huge corporations are getting into it is great. They should. right?
Oo.
They're making billions, right?
Yes.
Out of the same customers, and I think they can make the best impact. What I'm encouraging people to do, though, whether you're doing a small business or a big business, if you're in the private sector, nothing naman prevents you from impacting your circle of influence positively, diba? So if my circle of influence for now is just 100 employees, I'll make it really better for them. My business grows, it will become 1,000, maybe I'll become a conglomerate, diba? At some point, I don't know.
We know that in the food business, sabi mo nga, parang, competition is fierce as well, diba? And competition is there. But sa lahat ng industriya, di ba? At sa lahat ng mga entrepreneurs, pag food talaga, kahit yung nung pandemic, di ba? Magluto ka lang ng fishball, entrepreneur ka na, di ba? How did you come up with this unique selling proposition of all the many menus or brands? Why the focus on those two and your planned brand?
Quality and cost is always important to a customer. So pag nasa food business ka, mamamatay ka anyway if you don't address this too. Those are not competitive advantages anymore. The main thing is that how do you now make sure that your quality is dependable and reliable and available? So kami, where we actually competed was that, okay, we will go into hot food only.
Okay.
So hindi tayo burger, hindi tayo sandwich. Kung ano yung comfort food ng Filipino, which is mainly rice-based. We have, basically we're your warm hug. Our biggest seller, you wouldn't believe, is the lugaw.
Oh, yes.
Lugaw.
Okay.
And
Tama.
our
Comfort
tapa.
food talaga yun.
Comfort food talaga.
Pati
diba?
tapa. Comfort
tapa.
food.
So, yan.
Under what brand? Ito
So
si
Master Gao is lugaw, ano yan. Nag-start kasi yan.
Master Gao, lugaw talaga
lugaw
yan.
talaga siya.
Kaya Gao.
Si Kobe Bayan, actually, that started as a kakanin brand. Kaya yan Kobe kasi kabaliktaran ng Biko.
Okay.
So we just para lang may recall, so the only 24-hour kakanin place. You can order Biko anytime. We have sapin-sapin, we have suman. Then it evolved into a Filipino kitchen. So ngayon ang most popular namin are the Kobe breakfast. So led by the tapa, the tapsilog and so on.
Pero meron din alam mo, I like pakbet, meron din yan.
We are going into, like, for example, our kare-kare that we introduced is one of our best sellers. We make that from scratch. We buy the peanuts, we roast them. Kahit yung alamang, which is the bagoong, we make it as well. So when you go into like quality production, sa amin, nagiging sulit kasi parang it's restaurant quality that you can order like a fast food. So ang gap na inaano namin really is that ang available normally na mabilis at a certain price point is fast food. Ito, hot food, quality hot food that is available all the time, on demand. As we add more items on our menu, kung ano yung mga favorites ng mga tao, we see that the people are following it. The harder part is ensuring you're able to deliver consistent quality all the time and then expand it, let's say, across our 13 branches now, lahat the same. How do you create a template, the quality is maintained, and the cost is brought down? Yun yung medyo challenge. I still encourage, like the small restaurants, yung mga home-based, and I think those are great, but they can only serve a certain group kasi. Kami, we're in the scale business.
What's your parameter in choosing your menu? Is it from the feedback of the customers?
So we are known for our classics. Kasi nga comfort food So
lahat ng
nostalgia,
comfort
diba?
food.
Isa-isahin namin yan, let's say. And then there are regional favorites. Eventually, we will come up with regional favorites. The Filipinos also, yung kanilang comfort food, hindi na lang Filipino food. So you will see us later on seeing na, let's say, some Korean food or like
Korean, Japanese,
na sa kanila, di ba? So yung mga popular Asian comfort food, we will be introducing that. In fact, we are going to launch a new brand siguro 3-4 weeks from now that will feature different comfort foods from Asia.
Wow.
So yun naman yung next namin, So that's another brand that we will launch and that will be introduced slowly across all our branches.
So far you have two, Master Gao and
Kobe Bayan.
Kobe Bayan. And then what's the third?
The third is called Bistro Bowl Star.
Okay, which features?
These would be Asian favorites, rice
okay.
bowls, kaya bowl stars. Let's say sa Japanese, ano yung masasarap na Japanese, ano yung masasarap na Korean, na comfort food sa, yung mga Pinoy are very friendly na to it. So we will have a selection of those, like a good range. We will start with 20 different dishes that will be available. No? And they're easy to eat, like bowl na kasi, tapos may protein, enough rice, so maganda yung quantity.
It's so salivating that I imagine all this comfort food that you are mentioning. But my question now is, how do you balance yung virtual restaurant mo doon sa dine-in? Kasi di ba nakikita natin, we observed already that people are going back, but there's also a huge market for deliveries, di ba?
Correct.
So what's your plan in terms of keeping that virtual restaurant, at the same time putting up, this brick and mortar
na, it's a great question. So, naging strategy kasi namin, what is the most cost-efficient way to build a brand? Building your brand, pag may capital ka, the easiest is really you put up brick and mortar. They see it, they feel it, you see it in whether the food court or individual restaurants. But it will require millions per store. And before you can, how can you build that? So kami, ang approach namin, online muna tayo. Build a brand, very cost-efficient way of letting our customers taste our food. And then getting them to know who we are, right? So we are now at that stage. We're now just over 2 years, right? 2 years old. We have a great rating. So our plan is, number one, to expand maybe between 7 and 10 branches additionally per year from next year. Virtual kitchens muna. Virtual restaurants muna yan. We've started experimenting now on dine-in, right? Pero ang hindi pa kami sure, is it gonna be a full-blown restaurant? Are we gonna do food court type? Kasi the flexibility that we have now is there. So we have to choose a sector on the brick and mortar that we know our strengths are gonna be leveraged. Should we go into franchising? We have so many offers now. Hey, franchise kayo, franchise kayo. We don't know yet. I have nothing against franchising, but I think doing it too soon can be a problem for your brand, your brand building. You lose some control kasi over that, no? So our plan is really, to reach like whatever the sales of the bigger ones are and do it in a very sure-footed and thoughtful way, So yun muna, and then what they can expect from Purpose Foods is introduction of Bowl Star, which is our rice bowls that will be available starting with a few branches next month, and we should be able to expand that across our branch network by the end of the year. Then we add 7 more branches. Kasi to us, adding a branch obviously is covering a new market. Kasi ganun naka-geo fence ang mga delivery. Pag may branch ka dito, you can only serve certain number of kilometers away from that branch. No?
But what's your focus now in terms of geographic area?
Metro Manila kami, Metro Manila wide. I think we can put up to 50 branches in Metro Manila and still be open. So why venture out? Kasi venturing out means I have to build the whole infrastructure. Let's say it's Cebu, for example. That means I have to put up a commissary, make sure that I build fast kasi para may scale ka agad, no? In Metro Manila, may scale na kasi kami.
So, you're telling me now, Roel, na the market is still huge. Kahit sa Metro Manila, ano pa rin yan? Parang malaki pa rin yung merkado.
Delivery pa lang kami, ha? So, ang isipin mo, when we go into brick and mortar, mas malaking market kasi yun, eh. I'll give you an example. If we decide to go into food courts, for example, no? Like serving generally same, very convenient hot food sector. Imagine mo ilan ng malls, ilan ng food courts. Like, if we can become successful in one, may growth path na kami. You just put up more, right? So that will be a simple growth plan for us. But for now, we're very, very careful with ensuring na kaya ba namin mag-scale and still maintain quality. So doon ako careful.
But Roel, what is your grand vision? As I sense it now, you're very scientific, you're data-driven, you are very pragmatic as well in your business model and how you conduct things in business, which is very good. What is your grand plan? I know that, you could be the next big thing in your segment of the food industry.
Like just dreaming how big it can be. No? So there are a lot of good brands out there, right? Nasa Instagram, pero hindi nila kaya mag-scale. So ang dream ko talaga is that if I could take these brands and scale them, so that's number one, in the Philippines. Kasi maraming mga regional brands eh. There are brands that you grew up with that no longer exist, or the growth has been yung mga legacy brands. So I can name some of them in my mind na parang kung ako yan, I can like make that really big, di ba? Parang yun na yung ano ko, parang I think our next, like a really big step for us is that if we're able to attract enough investment, I will buy these brands and build them bigger.
So are you open to like what the Gen Zs or Alphas mention now? Are you open to collabs? Yung collaborations, partnerships?
Yeah. I mean, SDG 17, by the way, is partnerships.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
So we built our own partnerships. Definitely. I mean, the whole point of being out there is to like attending this show is like to make people know what we do, and then we're open to partnerships, no. But when you think bigger, it has to be bigger than the Philippines, right? Like I could take, if I have a potential partner in Vietnam, for example, build a brand. We could do the same thing, right? Then get those Vietnamese brands over here, Filipino brands over there. I mean, you can think as big as you can with food. That's what's good about it, right? As long as you have a great brand and a strategy na parang hindi ka mamamatay. Madami kasi
bumulusok.
Talagang dive. Parang trendy. So if you notice our food are not trendy, yung question mo like, oh, they're so innovative on their food, ganyan. We're more comfort. Like, we're the warm hug. Like, this is very familiar. We want the mothers to default. Order ka na lang sa Kobe. Because you know it's good all the time. It's reliable. You know that your kids like it. You like, I wanna be that boring brand na go-to, diba? Na parang pagod na pagod si mami, order ka na lang. So instead na mag-order ka na lang ng burger or whatever, order ka na lang sa...
I love that.
So that's what we eventually wanna do and give them enough options for hot meals. So eventually our, is like maybe introduce other comfort food of different Asian markets. It's already been popular in the Philippines anyway.
Wow, very comforting. We've heard, good stuff from you and a lot of insights. Pero ang gusto rin malaman ng mga manunood, ano naman yung dinanas mo na pain point at how were you able to recover from it? Kasi relatively young kayo, di ba? Minsan dyan talaga yung hirap din, di ba? With some talagang, for them to really establish that brand, sila mismo hands-on, di ba? In your case, what were the major pain points and challenges that you experienced before reaching this growing level?
Ako personally, I had to switch from being 30 years of corporate. Loved doing it. I was successful. I was making enough, which allowed me to actually parang experiment on this. But I think that was the hardest, just the switch. So it will not be the same as someone na parang, oh, I'm just starting a business, a small business, how do I grow? I'm happy to helping people do that, by the way, because that's exactly what we did with the small businesses, diba? Pero yun yung that change na nawala yung security blanket mo, and then now that we have like 130 people, depending on us, like we have to meet payroll month on month. Wala kami masyadong drama on my end, but for example, my brother, this is his full-time job, right? Like he made this his mission na okay, I being an entrepreneur is by nature very difficult, right? And if you are not ready for these challenges, right, you will fail a lot of times, right? Maybe go get a job instead than being an entrepreneur, because it is painful. The other thing is that I work very closely with family and very close friends, diba? That's harder. Because part of our mission is also the people closest to us, which is family, and then when they ask help from you every now and then, what I do instead is offer them a job. You need help? I'll give you a job. That's part of our mission. So working with very close friends and family and running a business is very challenging on its own. Capital is obviously an issue in the beginning. Nung yung cash flow namin hindi pa maganda, kasi nagsisimula ka pa lang. Hindi mo alam kung okay ba to, hindi ba to, diba? Nagpatayo kami ng commissary, di pa kami nagbebenta. Parang, paano kaya yan? But it's the perseverance naman of a lot of people around me is very, very encouraging. And the mission makes it worth it for us at the end.
I agree. This conversation has been very fulfilling because somehow, there's purpose in it. And I salute the people behind Purpose Food Asia for making the SDGs and sustainability as the foundation. Okay, now Roel, ano naman yung mga tips natin sa mga startups, sa mga entrepreneurs?
I think number one, ibang-iba na yung economy ngayon. So hindi nyo kailangan ng malaking kapital para mag-start magnegosyo. You can actually leverage a lot of available technology and platforms out there, and you don't have to put big capital just to start a business. You will be very surprised how much we started with in this business and how much it is worth now. And all we did was actually leverage the existing technologies. That's there, available yan for all, whether that's Facebook, whether that's mga apps, ginamit namin yan lahat. So that's number one. Second, don't be afraid to experiment. Kailangan lang bilisan nyo. Ibig sabihin, yung sinasabi nila na fail fast, totoo yun. You can plan for a year and not really know if your business is going to be successful. I think the easiest way for you to learn is to test it with the market. Test mo, i-out mo, kasi kung mababa lang naman ang kapital para mailabas mo yan, ang pinaka-reliable way to understand if your product or your service is going to be a hit is to actually ask the actual buyers, diba? Kung nag-respond sila, damihan mo, kunyari positive yung response, damihan mo yon. Kung hindi sila nag-respond, alisin mo na kagad yon. So response mo mabilis. Hindi katulad ng mga lumang negosyo na ang tagal, tapos nalugi ka na, tapos hindi ka na makabangon. So wag masyadong madaming objective, 2, 3 objectives at a time, then focus. Test it out in the market, fail fast, and then iterate. Develop mo lang ng develop. Eventually, you'll hit a mark, and then that's it, It's a much cheaper way to achieve success and growth in this business.
Well said, Roel. At bago tayo matapos, saan sila mag-order ng comfort food? Be it the Philippine classics or the Chinese favorites, where will they go if they want that?
Be one, So this year is a pivotal year for us. This year we will have over 1 million items sold from our business. We also have a website which is purposefoods.ph. So you can order from our website or 24 hours via the popular food delivery apps. So, yun yung best way to reach us. Or, pwede nyo din puntahan yung Facebook namin, hanapin nyo lang yung Kobe Bayan, tsaka Bastergaw. Kung ayaw nyo ng apps, pwede kayo mag-order doon, magme-message lang kayo. Tapos, we will take care of the delivery.
Order tayo mamaya. This has been a very interesting conversation with the President and CEO of Purpose Foods Asia, Mr. Roel Del Fierro. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Roel. Thank you so much. At maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan niyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook and YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.